Hey y'all. Let me just set up this live stream before I get started. It's good to see y'all again. It's been a while, I know. Forever, my lady. It's like a dream. I'm holding you close, keeping me warm. This is ecstasy. Oh, okay. Y'all here already. Hey, Ellie. You're the first one up in here. Hey, Catherine. Hey, Tyrell. Hey, Anthony. Can't picture my lady. Hey, awkward letter. Hi, Spider Baby. Hey, Asha. Hey, Dustin. Yes, book a reading. Hey, Derek. I know. I haven't forsaken y'all. I was just really busy. I had to get caught up on some work. Would I go? Life would have no meaning. And I pray that you'll always stay with me, yeah. I had to put on some soul music because it's cancer season. You know, cancer is all about that soul music, soul food. Had to put on some Jodeci to get things started. Oh, let me set up this live stream. Let me stop playing around. Dreams are reality. This is my favorite part. Ever my lady. And if this is ecstasy. I gotta make sure the chat is on the chat replay. Forever and ever, I pray it's what it seems. Jodeci was the shit back in the day. All right. And I'll be sure he wrote this song, Forever My Lady. He wrote it for Kim Porter. Rest in peace, Kim Porter. That's what Diddy should have really been on trial for. And now a baby is born, so healthy and strong. All right, so I'm setting the chat to subscribers only. So if you're not a subscriber and you want to participate in the chat, I advise you to subscribe now. All right. And then we got to do the monetization, even though they might limit it because of what I'm going to talk about. No, I'm not going to get into anything crazy tonight. This is more so of a general live stream. All right, so let's get started. Let's get it started in here. All right. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Josie. Oops. Okay. Happy cancer season to everybody. And like I said, I know it's been a while since I went live, but I had a lot of work to get caught up on, and I'm finally getting caught up. So you can expect to see me go live another time, maybe this week. Because I want to talk about Uranus and Gemini. I was going to try to fit it in tonight, but I was like, I can't be on this live stream too long. And if I get into Uranus and Gemini, then it's really going to be long. So I'm going to save the Uranus and Gemini video for a separate live stream. But I hope everybody is doing well. Shout out to my Diggable Planets. Shout out to my Patreon members. Oh, let me post this thing in the, what you call it. And I was thinking about maybe bringing some people onto Zoom because I'm going live via Zoom. So Cancer is about stories, right? So if anybody, I'm thinking about bringing some people on the Zoom if they want to join me and share a story that they have, but wait till I get to that point, to that part in this live stream. If you want to, I'm still not sure if I want to bring somebody on tonight because again, I'm not trying to be too long. But I hope everybody is doing well. I hope cancer's treat season is treating you well. I'm a little rusty. A lot of stuff has went down since I last went live. The whole P. Diddy verdict. It turned out kind of the way I thought. I don't know if you remember, but I did a live stream, I think, where I was talking about P. Diddy's trial, and I was saying I wouldn't be surprised if he gets off kind of lightly. So, as far as I understand, he was acquitted of the trafficking charges, but he was convicted of prostitution charges. And it's my understanding that prostitution charges don't even carry much weight in terms of sentencing. But some people are saying that he could be doing up to 20 years. I doubt it. I doubt if he even does 5 years. He might even get out due to time served. Like the judge might be like, okay, you're being sentenced for a year, and I think he's been locked up for about a year now. So don't be surprised if they let him out because they're like, oh, that's time served, so you can get out. Or they might maybe he has to do another year or so, but I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. That word fatigue has been circling the social media platforms lately. And we're going to get into that in particular because again, it is cancer season. But I'm gonna tell you, I have Diddy fatigue. Hey Tara, how you doing? Hey Abu. Hey Alex. I have Diddy fatigue. I am so sick of seeing that man's face. I am so sick of hearing about this trial. I was over it last year and they dragged this story out. But unfortunately, I don't think Diddy's going to I don't think he's really going to face retribution for his dirty deeds the way he really deserves it. And again, my thing was I wanted him to be on trial for Kim Porter's death. And it's funny how they're not even touching that, but again, they made that an open shut case. They made it a health condition. Hey Kauai, how you doing? Hey C Thomas, how you doing? You said they just show him to not get the big head again, trying to sue folks and ish. Yeah, yeah. And then what else came out since I went live? The lawsuit against Tyler Perry. So I could do a separate video on that, but I could just tell you right away the man is guilty. He's been in the closet forever, and hopefully this lawsuit will at least help him to come clean about, you know, his true sexuality. A lot of people are still in denial though. I mean, but a lot of people could see it from early on. He's the main one that doesn't want to come out the closet, and I'm not saying it's necessary for everybody to come out the closet, but I'm like, dude, you playing this charade and you're sexually harassing people at the same time. I'm like, that's not cool. Like, how you gonna be on the down low but you out there sexually harassing men? Like, make it make sense. Like, he didn't think this shit would come out. Tara said, I thought a lot more stuff was going to come out during the trial, including naming other celebs. Exactly. And then you notice this whole Epstein list, surprisingly now it doesn't exist. So that's interesting too. But yeah, it's a big cover up going on. Big cover up. Do we have any cancers up in here? Cancer suns? Do we have any cancer moons, cancer rising up in here? I don't have any planets in cancer, so I can only really relate to cancer energy through the people that I have known. And my teenage love, my first boyfriend. Well, no, he wasn't my first boyfriend, but my first real boyfriend, he was a cancer. And I got cancer in my seventh house. So that fit. And when I tell you that boy was the love of my life, and guess what, y'all? Cancer season will bring out the people in that sign. So I was talking to my mom yesterday, and she's like, "Yeah, I came across a couple of pictures of you when you were younger." And she was like, "And one is with, your first boyfriend." So she sent me a picture of me and my first boyfriend yesterday. So of course the memories start flooding back in. But when I tell you I was in love with that boy, oh my goodness. I loved him to death. And it was a situation where I was chasing him. Because me being a fire sign, Sagittarius, and then also I have some strong cardinal energy with my moon and ascendant in Capricorn. So I've never been afraid to approach a dude. So yes, in the beginning, I used to chase him. And then finally I captured his heart. And we were going strong for like 2 years. This is from the time I was like age 14 up until 16. I was with him. And those 2 years, when you're younger, and I'm gonna be talking about back in the day stuff a lot tonight because it is Cancer season. But when you're younger, 2 years feels like 10 years almost. Yes, back down memory lane. Oh, I love that song. Minnie Riperton. Yes. All right. But yes, back down memory lane. So yeah. So again, we were like together hard for like 16 why did I say 16 years, from age 14 to 16, so about a good 2 years. And the reason why we broke up, I ended up breaking up with him because he went to juvie. He was a juvenile delinquent. He had punched out one of his teachers. I couldn't believe he did that. So he got expelled from school. He was stealing from stores and stuff like that. I've always been attracted to those thug types when I was younger. And I paid a high price for that. But anyway, yeah, he was a little bad boy. But, as fate would have it, before all that, um, he ended up being in one of my classes. This was so crazy. So I had a crush on him prior to him being in one of my classes. So I think my crush started in the seventh grade. And then by the eighth grade, we shared a class together. So when he would come in, he was always late to class. When he would come into class, my heart would just flutter. I'd be like, oh my God, there he is. And he was sitting back at me. And he really didn't pay me any mind, right? And then one night I went to this house party and he was there. And at the end of the party, he saw me and he was like, "Hey, what's up?" And he put his arm around me. Mind you, he had never talked to me before in school. Never. "Hey, Indigo." Never talked to me before, never really paid me any mind. Um and he was a cutie too. So we're talking and stuff after this party. I went to the party with my mom took me and my friend to the house party, right? And then my friend's mother was going to pick us up. So my friend's mother, she came to pick us up, but at that time, the boy was already in my face. We were chatting it up and stuff, and I said there's no way I'm going to ruin this romantic night. So I took the chance and I didn't get in the car with my friend and her mom. And my friend was trying to plead with me. She was like, "Come on, you're going to get in trouble." I was like, "Look, I'm taking a risk. I'm a Sagittarius." I was like, "Hell no, I'm not squandering this opportunity." This was my crush. So now my crush is talking to me. Mind you, prior to this, when I was a preteen, I went through one of those awkward stages, right? I was chubby and all that type of stuff. I was one of them chubby kids as a preteen. So I started to develop low self esteem because of that. So by the time I turned 13, that weight came off. So I was really looking cute by 13, 14. So, of course, me getting attention from boys, I kind of went wild. But anyway, so I took the chance. I didn't go home with my mother. I mean, my friend's mother and her, and he walked me home. And it seemed like a long walk. And I remember it was pretty cold outside. And I remember we were walking, and then we stopped somewhere, I think at back of these houses, and we kissed. And when I tell you, it was like one of the best kisses ever. Like, oh my God, that teenage love is just something else. Like, oh my God. And yeah, when I finally came home, I think that was one of the nights where my mom smacked the shit out of me. Because, of course, my friend's mother called her and told her that I didn't get in the car. So, yeah, that was like the beginning of me really acting up. Because, again, when I tell you I was in love with that boy, and at one point I used to sneak him into the house. And one time my mother caught him in my house, or her house. He was in the downstairs bathroom because the way look, I gotta explain to y'all. My mom was real strict, right? So she wouldn't give me a curfew or whatever like that. So I couldn't hang out with him. So he would come by like once my mom would go to bed. Because my room was in the front of the house upstairs and my mother's room was in the back. So there was enough space where I could sneak him upstairs and she wouldn't hear it. So one night, one of the nights he comes over, my mom is supposed to already been in bed, but for some reason she got up, and this was before I could even get him upstairs in my room. So I tell him to hide in the bathroom downstairs. And my mom, Aquarius, intuition, her intuition must have been popping off. And she went into that bathroom and she got scared. She thought it was some intruder. And now that I think about it, I feel so bad putting my mom through this shit because I know my mom almost had a heart attack seeing some dude in her bathroom, but she had known him already. It's not like, I had introduced her to him and all that. So she knew him. So when she saw him, she was just like, so then I got into trouble. I think that's the night I ran away. Yeah. So that's the night my mom cussed me out and it started snowing that night. I remember it was wintertime. And I left and I ran after him. And I was like, wait up. And we catch the bus. We had to, because where I was living, it was weird. To get to his house, there wasn't a straight bus. So we had to actually we had to catch the bus to Camden, New Jersey, and we had to catch a train back. It was weird, and then catch a bus to his house. Even though we lived kind of like the next town, it was just weird. But I remember it was snowing that night. So romantic, right? Because I'm like, it's me and you against the world, and all that type of stuff. And then we get to his house, and I stayed at his house for like a good 3 days. And I remember he was hiding me in his basement. His mom was a bitch. His mom was mean. I was scared of her. So I was taking a chance even hiding in her house because if she would have found me, it would have been on. I know she would have whooped my ass. And she used to wear this nylon like red wig. And she was weird. She was a Jehovah Witness, but had two sons. She had three sons. No, four sons. Yeah, all boys. And you could tell she was a boy mom because she was real tough. And she could yell her ass off. But yeah, he took the chance and I took the chance and he was hiding me in his basement. That's where his room was. And I would hear her yelling. Oh my God, it was terrible. But yeah, I think by day 3, or maybe it was day 2, I heard my mother upstairs talking to his mother. And she was just, saying, have you seen her and all this stuff? And she was just like, no, and all this stuff. And then finally I decided to go back home. But yeah, that was that. But like I said, I ended up breaking up with him because he did like maybe 6 months in juvie. And by then I had found this dude. I met this dude that had a car. So by then I was like 16 and I'm meeting this dude that's like 17, 18 and he had a car. I think his name was Rich. Oh, he was a cutie too. And he had a pool. I remember you know, I grew up in area where it was quite a few blacks and they were working class blacks and then you had some middle class blacks and then you had some upper middle class. Now he was more middle class and they had a pool in their backyard. So that was dope. And I remember me and him being in the pool and stuff. So that got me over my, teenage love. So when my teenage love got out of and mind you, my teenage love is a Cancer. When he got out of juvie, he came to my house. He thinking that we going to pick up where we left off. And I told him, I didn't even let him in. And I was like, yeah, both of my parents are Aquarius. And I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, I moved on. I met this new guy and I didn't have no feelings for him. And I didn't even tell you the biggest part because this was paybacks actually. And not even on my part where it's deliberate paybacks, but let me just back up a little bit. When we first started seeing each other, he would only see me outside of school. Inside of school, he would act like he didn't know me. And I remember one time I was walking down the hall and he comes around the corner and he sees me and then he stops and runs in the other direction. And I remember this was when I was green dealing with dudes. I didn't understand how stupid guys were back then. Like I was like, what the hell? That's dumb. So he would ignore me in school and then right after school he'd be at my house trying to get some sugar and stuff. Yeah. And I let that shit go on. Why? Because I said, I'm coming from a position having very low self esteem. And this is my crush. So, of course, I'm letting my crush get away with murder. So, yeah, so fast forward 2 years later, maybe 2.5 years later, when I'm done with him, I'm like, it's over. Mind you, he had cheated on me a few times too when we were together. And I do tell a story about him. It's in my Dark Side of Sagittarius female video where I started wailing on him in the car. Because this is after a couple of times he had cheated on me. And I remember he had said something out his mouth. And I remember I just got triggered and I just started punching the shit out of him in the car. Like, yeah, weird. But anyway, so when I broke up with him, he was crying his eyes out, foaming at the mouth, y'all. Tears just running down his face, talking about, please give me another chance. I love you and all this stuff. And I felt nothing. And I just stood there looking at him, just kind of almost in disgust, like, wow. But yeah, that was that. My first true love was a Cancer. And then my other true love, the one that should have been my husband, is a Cancer too. Y'all know who that is. But his birthday was on the 5th. But I'm trying, like, I feel like I've almost got him fully out of my system. But every time I see him still, I get triggered. But yeah, that's that. So, okay, let's get into this Cancer season. But that was my story. I'm going to be sharing some more stories because, again, Cancer is about stories. So, I got a little PowerPoint for you guys. So, let me just share this. It's nothing fancy. I just threw something together real quick. But if y'all have ever experienced that, yes, Bobby Digital. Stop it, Abu. I wasn't expecting to see that. But anyway, see what I mean? I'm still, oh my God, I hate him. But anyway. All right, let's get it on. Okay, am I at the, what is this? Okay, this is the one. Okay. So first, I just wanted to shout out all the cancers. What's up, cancers? Tuli C said we addicted. All right. Shout out to the Diggable Planet. Shout out to my moderators and also my Patreon members. Now, before I get into the main topic, which is basically just going to be dealing with cancer, I did want to talk about the polls that I've been creating recently. And I wanted to talk about the results because I have a good time making these polls for y'all, and I love seeing the results. Let me just click on this. Oh, okay. So we want, okay. Yes, the pimps of the zodiac. I am, Tara. It's terrible. It really is. Because again, and it's like the universe be playing jokes with me too. Well, the algorithm, they know what I want. So they will be suggesting videos with him on the thumbnail, and I just be like, God damn, I can't get away from this man. But anyway, so let's start with the most recent poll. So this one was about who is gonna love you down the best. Now, when I said love you down, oh yes, take your time, Kauai, because I'm gonna actually be working on one of yours this week that I'm gonna do. Um, but yeah. So I asked, I want to know who is gonna love you down. How come this is not showing up on damn, this is taking a while. Can y'all see the PowerPoint? Press a one if you can see the PowerPoint, because I can't see it on my end yet. Catherine said, as long as they don't connect on a deeper level with me, I'll be safe. Usually fire signs can't do that anyway. Okay, you can see the PowerPoint. That's weird. I can't see it on my end. Let me pull up my phone. Forever Shanae. All right. Okay, I see it now. So, because I'm looking on, let me just refresh the screen on my laptop. All right. So, the most recent poll I did, I said, I want to know who is going to love you down the best. And the choices I gave was Cancer, of course, because it's Cancer season. And, Cancer is known to be very loving, very, very hands-on. Um, so Cancer, Virgo, Libra, Pisces. So the results are Cancer got 42% of the votes. Virgo received 19% of the votes. Libra received 16% of the votes. And then Pisces received 23%. So interesting how most of y'all chose Cancer, but I'm not surprised because Cancer, again, that is that very lovey-dovey terms of endearment. I'm going to take care of my man. I'm going to take care of my woman type of energy. And Cancer is one of those signs that can be in it for life. So Ellie said Pisces men supremacy. So you love yourself some Pisces men. I had a Pisces boyfriend back in the day. He was, I'll say that, I will say he was good to me. He really was. Because he was like, as long as you're with me, you don't gotta spend money. You don't gotta drop a dime on anything. And I was like, okay, I can get down with that. But he was also kind of stupid acting too. And he was too tall for my taste. I know a lot of y'all women, y'all are the real tall men, but there's limits to the height. Hey, Cameron, he was 6'6". That's way too tall for me. I'm only 5'2". So you could imagine he towered over me. And he kind of walked with it kind of like with his kind of hunched over because he was so tall. And I didn't like that look either. So I kind of played him for a fool. That's the one I broke up with when I was about to go to the Wu-Tang Forever concert. And I told him, he was the one who told me that the tickets had just went on sale. I was like, you done fucked up. I didn't tell him that, but I was like, you done fucked up. And then it was like a couple of months because I think I got the tickets like maybe 3 months before that concert. And then maybe 2 months before the concert, I broke up with him and I was like, hey, I'm about to go to the Wu-Tang concert and I can't promise that I'm gonna be okay. I can't make that promise. But I feel like that was honorable, right? Wouldn't it be better to break up with somebody than to just go somewhere and you might do something where you end up cheating on them and next thing you know, you feeling all guilty and their heart is broken and stuff like that? But yeah. But that's something a Pisces would do. He made that sacrifice. He really did. He was selfless in that respect. All right, so yeah. So Cancer won out with the who is gonna love you down the best? Let me love you down. That dude, Ready for the World, he seemed like a cancer. That the lead singer, was he a cancer? Stop, Clorinda. Your husband was 6'9". That is way too tall. Let me love you down. He said, even if it takes all night. Woo! That's what I'm. And cancer can go all night. Like, man. Uh-huh. Sam said cancer will love you down so much that they'll stab you, right? Ellie said, I always saw cancers as being the most emotional, manipulative. Oh, yeah, they can be. I like to call it emotional blackmail. Layla said, thoughts on Taurus men being boyfriends. They can be good boyfriends to a certain extent, but you got to understand that they could be very set in their ways and they're not really going to change for you. So don't go into a relationship with a Taurus man thinking you're going to change him. It's not happening. And I put out a video about dating Taurus men. It was like 5 things that you shouldn't do when you date a Taurus man. Check that video out. I think I posted it like a couple of years ago. Shamar Moore is on the thumbnail. But I'll just tell you, I'll never deal with why I say cancer. I'll never deal with a Taurus man again. But that's because my South Node is in Taurus, and I had to pay back some karmic debt as a result of getting with this Taurus man. So I'm like, never again. I'm good on Taurus. And Taurus and Sagittarius, we just clash because, Taurus is very stable and secure and very much about this is how I'm supposed to live my life, and I'm not going to be living my life on the edge, and I'm not going to be taking risk and all this stuff. And me being a Sagittarius, I'll just say I had my Taurus ex head spinning. But I'm like that with all the men I dealt with. I always be like, I'm a legend. Like, they're going to freaking remember me. Like, for real. Because either they're going to remember how loving and good I was to them, or they're going to remember how I freaking got payback. Because I'm that type too. And that's why I'm just done with the whole dating scene. Because I don't like having to go into that dark space. You know what I mean? Because we all got a dark side to us. We all got a shadow side. Cancer is very much that shadow side. And I don't like seeing that side of me. And my Black Moon Lilith is in Aries, which means I can get really violent if it gets to that point. And I don't want to get to that point. I don't want to vandalize cars no more. Not only vandalized one car, but he really deserved it. He was a Taurus, if I'm not mistaken. Not my Taurus X, but well, he was a Taurus X, you know what I mean? Not the main one that I'm talking about, but this other dude, I was dealing with him. He was a truck driver and he did me dirty. I think I told y'all this story. And yeah, I messed his car up. And it wasn't just slashing the tires type of thing. I left the tires alone because I'm like, oh, you could easily replace tires, but you can't easily replace your gear shift. Hello. Yeah, I'm like that. You can't easily replace your leather seats, can you? When they're all ripped up, can you? And then I was so smooth with it that he called me up and told me about his car being vandalized, and he thought his baby mama did it. And I was saying, "What? For real? That's terrible." Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, I did. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be in that space no more. Yes, I used to have a vengeful spirit. I got Moon and Ascendant squaring Pluto. I got Jupiter at Aries, Black Moon Lilith at Aries, and Chiron at Aries. Yep. And then my asteroid Lilith is in Scorpio. So come on now. You already know what time it is. I told my sister the other day, I was like, I told her this back in February, I think. Because she was asking me, you don't want to date anymore or whatever. I was like, look, the next guy I get with, I'm probably going to end up in prison. Because again, I'm not playing with these fools anymore. I'm not. And I'm not trying to, I love my freedom. I'm not trying to give my freedom away on account of some fool. I'm not. But I'm also not going to let anybody play me anymore. Layla said, yep, I was also vengeful as well. And then, let's talk about that vengefulness for a minute because you do get a certain, you do get a little bit of a rush when you get that revenge on somebody. I know I would get that rush. It would be like a high that I would get, like justice is served. Sometimes you got to take justice in your own hands. You really do. All right. Let's look at the next poll. All right, where are we at? So the next poll, this one was about ba da ba ba ba. Okay, so the next one was these four signs invite you to their cookout barbecue. Which one will you be attending? So the choices were Cancer, Libra, Sagittarius, and Aquarius. Out of those four, Sagittarius received the most votes at 43%. Libra, no, Libra only received 12%. Cancer received 37%. And then Aquarius only received 8%. Why y'all hating on Aquarius? Like, Aquarius, I would think they would throw a good barbecue, but not as good as Sagittarius. But Aquarius, they could be weird and stuff. You never know. It might be they might want to spring that vegan food on people and be like, "Yeah, I decided to have everything vegan or something." I would love to attend a cancer barbecue. The only reservation I would have about attending a cancer barbecue is sometimes cancer can be too much about, their people. So if you're not part of their people or their little close circle, you might feel left out. Also, if it's a cancer woman and she's married, then you got to basically be looking at her husband while you're dealing with her too, because they that's the thing sometimes that gets on my nerves about women. Some women where everything is about my husband, and they love to throw their husband up into single women's faces. They love it. If you a single woman and they're married, you gonna hear husband like 100 times in like the course of a 20-minute conversation. Yeah, my husband. Yeah, cause my husband. Yeah, cause my husband. Okay, we get it. You got a husband. I don't. Fine. But at this point in my life, I used to hate. I ain't gonna lie. I used to be a little bit of a hater because I wanted to be married. But now I look at these women that are married and I be pitying them. I be like, damn, I'm glad I got my freedom. But yeah, it used to hurt a little bit seeing women being married and knowing that, I'm not married and stuff like that. But I'm over that shit. I really am. Now, only 12% voted for Libra. Now, why don't you want to attend a Libra barbecue? What's up with that? Ellie said Aquarius will have their dogs eating from the plates. Damn. Tuli C said most Aquarians can't really cook to me. Damn. Y'all going in. Alex said, yes, a cancer barbecue sounds good. Just Amber said, I would eat a cancer Venus food with no hesitation. Ellie said, I imagine an aqua letting their cat scratch their butthole on the kitchen countertop. Pretty much. Salation said, cancer's got to wait a minute. So cancer's got a man, right? I'm like, okay, what do you want, a trophy? Tuli C said, yeah, Taurus and Cancer women can be male centered, right? Leo women too, believe it or not. They'll try to act like they're not, but a lot of times those Leos, they will be very much defending men when they don't need to be defended. Vandal said, I don't want to get backstabbed. Oh, let me share my screen and pull up the polls. Hold on. All right. You should see it come up soon. So what about Libra? Y'all don't want to go to a Libra barbecue, Libra cookout? Like what's their problem? Alex said, I love Libra. They are the social butterflies of the zodiac. Okay. Wait, did I share it right? Okay. Share. I can't tell if I'm sharing my screen. Okay, I'm still why? Oh, I think I know what's happening. I gotta do the escape. Hold on. Damn. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Share. Let me bring this over here. All right, let me know if you can see. And let me pull this up. Okay, so I can see it now on the phone. All right. So, okay. So why are you saying you don't want to go to a Libra cookout? So Tuli said Libra gonna be flirting with everybody. Callie said Libra's following my eighth. I feel like I would get food poisoning. Damn. Kawaii said Libra can bring the side dishes, but not barbecue. Damn, y'all going in on Libra. Sam said a Libra will have an attitude because I want to have seconds and thirds. Talking about save some for every. You know what they would be like, save some for everybody. But a Libra might get everything catered too. Now, Kawaii said we could. Okay, you can see it. Clorinda said, "Baby, my food would be awesome. I love to cook and I cook good, but after eating, I want you gone." Ellie said, "Imagine Kim K cooking up a barbecue." Well, the Libra, if it's a Libra woman, she would have her husband doing it or her man doing it, her new man or her. Vandal said, "I'd rather leave cooking to a Cancer, but Libra just gonna backstab me and Sagittarius is gonna mug me. The Leo is just crazy." Cheese. Hey, Cheese. Cheese said, "Look, Libra looking to couch crash after the cookout, right?" All right, so let's move on to the next poll. So this is still about the barbecue. This was the first one that I did. So I said, these four signs invite you to their cookout barbecue. Which one will you be attending? Oh, I should have read the comments. Wait, let me go back and read the comments for the first one. So this is what I wrote. I said, so far I see that Sagittarius, my sign, is winning, which is on point because we are going to give y'all the full cookout. I put in all caps, full cookout experience from start to finish. We are going to have more than enough food and drinks. There's going to be a live DJ, plenty of games and activities to do. And of course, we are going to have a line dance. We are going to have a ball, y'all. Because Sagittarius will go all out, even if it means that, hey, we're just eating rice and beans for the next couple of weeks because we're broke. That's what we're going to do because we're going to turn up. So Roma said the one with Sagittarius would be a lot of fun and maybe a little philosophical. We would definitely be having a lot of laughs. Palazzo or Palazzo said, Sagittarius hands down, and they will entertain you too. That's right. Six in, he said, at least Sag gonna have good music. I know that's right. Baby Moonchild says, Sagittarius, I'm a Cancer, but always love being around Sagittarius. Never bored. I'm a Sagittarius rising, though. I've heard that a lot from Cancers where they be like, oh, I love Sagittarius. Do we feel the same about them? I would say yes, but we might be challenged dealing with Cancer up close and personal all the time. Now, Bobo's daughter, the drinks will be flowing at the Sag cookout, and my Piscean self is here for it. Celestial Reading said Aquarius befriends people from all walks of life, so I'm going to their cookout. I could make some connects. And then I said in response, yes, it would be great for networking. So yeah, if you want to network, go to an Aquarius cookout. But don't be surprised you see a lot of colorful people there, like some strange people, eyeballs. All right, I think that's one water or one WTRA said cancer season because you'll be blessed with amazing food, smooth musical vibes, and that cozy down home atmosphere we love. Expect great stories, funny anecdotes, and an all around pleasant energy. It's our time to shine. Much love to all the haters in the chat. Yes. So again, I agree. Cancer is going to produce that nice cookout. Taurus will too, though. I choose Sag because you know it's going to be fun and jokes involved. I thought about Cancer. They going to make sure you're comfortable, but I'm not looking for comfort at a barbecue. I'm looking for food and fun people, drink and talk and itch. I went with Sag, says awkward Whippy, because they truly know what parties gathering and there's going to be plenty of fun and laughter. Yes, Catherine said Cancer. I just know there will be more than enough food for everyone and it will be a very organized party. Nobody will feel left out and trust me, all the zodiacs will be invited. Oh, but I was just talking about how I could see at some cancers cookout that if they're the ones that are very like if they got a close knit circle of friends or family, that's where you could feel left out if you're not in that little circle of family. All right, and then RDK approved said cancers are the worst, and this is coming from a Scorpio. They are so charismatic and your friend one minute and an emotional wreck the next, wanting to fight everyone there. No, thank you. That's funny. I'm rocking with the Sagittarius on this one. They have a huge friend group, so things should never get boring. The food won't be the best, but maybe they can put the Cancer on the grill. No to the Libra, boring, and no to the Aquarius, weird energy. So RDK approved is not having it with Cancer. Now, Halford said, you talking bunk. I will also say Scorpios are the worst because you all also take things too damn serious and even the slightest thing you are unforgiving. When it comes to cooking, it is Cancer and Taurus are on top. And then Alicia B said, Libra boring. I'm clutching my pearls as I've never heard such a thing. Oh my God, y'all are funny. All right. So let's move along to the next poll. So again, this next poll, we have still about the cookout, but this time we have Cancer, Taurus. Hold on. We got Cancer, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio. So Taurus won out by 49%. Cancer was next with 24%. Leo next with 16%. And Scorpio, nobody wants to attend their cookout. Nobody wants to get food poisoning because the food is rotten. No, I'm just playing. They only got 10% though. So why do you not want to attend a Scorpio cookout? What's going to go wrong? What's wrong with Scorpio? I will admit, like with Scorpio, you might be taking a chance. Either with the food, some one dish is either gonna have like some mold on it, or it's just old and they trying to pass it off. Some dish might have cat or dog hair in it. You never know. I'm just saying. But no, I think Scorpio. Let me tell you, a Scorpio cookout would be good because number one, they're gonna have plenty of drinks, like cocktails, like stuff where you can make all different types of cocktails. They're gonna have that jungle juice type of punch that gets you real faded. Um, of course, there's gonna be some type of game that involves sex. You know it. It's gonna be like you know how some of those games they be playing during like baby showers and stuff that's kind of sexual and stuff. There's probably gonna be a game like that. Um, the music will probably be really good. Only thing. Oh, another thing, and somebody said this in the comments too. I'm about to read the comments, and I agree with this. They were like, "Oh yeah, you know it's going to be some type of drama going on, crisis. So you're going to be entertained at a Scorpio cookout." And I will agree. Like, yeah, as long as I'm not caught up in the drama, yeah, I'll be an innocent bystander just looking. But it might get real serious. I don't know. Tamaria said, "I'm a Scorpio and I can cook." All right. Can you cook good barbecue? And I feel like Scorpio is going to bring something to the table that you're not familiar with, and it's going to be good. So they're going to introduce you to some type of food, some type of dish that you don't know. Like a Scorpio, they would have like, okay, we're gonna have steaks, we're gonna have chicken, we're gonna have burgers, but we're also gonna have bison burgers, and we're gonna have maybe elk burgers. Or we gonna have they might even put some lobster on the grill, lobster tails and shit like that, you know. So the thing I like about Scorpio, they're the kind they're not cheap. So they're the type that can go all out and make sure everybody really has a good time too. But they're also the type that's going to pass around that collection plate and be like, well, everybody got to contribute. You know, everybody got to contribute at least $20, or everybody got to bring a dish. That would be Scorpio. You know, you can't get something without giving something. That's Scorpio. You got to have that exchange of power somehow, some way. Sarah said, yeah, my Scorpio sister like obscure Asian food, right? Ellie said, I have a Scorpio ex-lover friend and he wanted to do a game where he will throw sausages at our mouth and we have to catch it. It was a strong no from us. See what I'm talking about? They always gotta make it sexual in some type of way. Yep. Clorinda said, as long as they ain't putting raisins in a potato salad, right? Where did people get that from anyway? Because I never seen somebody put raisins in potato salad. I'm like, that's crazy. Bunny said, only Scorpio I know can cook is my uncle. He's an exception to the rule. Yeah, but the Scorpio, they'll put you onto some next shit when it comes to like food. And you'll be liking it too. You'll be digging it. You'll be like, oh shit, I didn't know this was good like that. All right, so let me read these comments. Okay, that's weird. I guess I have to reshare because it's showing the chat instead of the poll. What is going on here? All right, let's see. Oh, I know what happened because when I switched back to that, okay, I see what happened. Okay, now you should be able to see the poll. I can't switch screens. That's the problem. Okay. All right, so CD6 said I was caught between Cancer and Taurus. Went with Taurus. I know the food will be good quality and the menu tasteful. My Taurus friend's mom said she can taste when people buy cheap meat from their cooking. I could taste that too. I would almost consider myself to be a super taster because I got a Taurus South Node in the fourth house. So I can tell when meat is of low quality. I can tell when there's artificial sweeteners and shit where some people act like they can't taste it. I'm one of those super tasters. Now, Bunny's then said it was a hard choice because I don't really care for these signs, but I'm gonna go with Leo. They gonna put on a show. I know people gonna show up and they'll probably have everything catered because they usually feel like they're too good to cook. I could see them having a lot catered and you know Leo, they're very generous too, so I think you would have a good time at a Leo cookout. Now KP said I wanted to say Taurus, but I keep hearing pretty dirt, and I'm not sure if Taurus house is clean. What? Wow, yeah, you got a point with that. Now it's sanitary and have washed their hands. My Virgo placement couldn't do it. Roma said Taurus, they know their food and will provide a good menu. Okay, but let's get real about Taurus though. Okay, we gotta get real about Taurus for a minute because let me see how many people voted for Taurus. 49% voted for Taurus, right? So one thing you gotta keep in mind about Taurus, Taurus loves to eat, right? Taurus loves food. Taurus is food, but Taurus can be money conscious too. So much to the fact where they might be like, hey, it's food. It doesn't have to be the highest quality of food. It's food. And especially if it's going to be for a large number of people, they're liable to go to Dollar General and get their wings, the bag of frozen wings that are all injected with the sodium and water and all that shit, and throw them on the grill. So you gotta watch it. Some of these Taurus, they might be skimping on the quality now because they're not trying to pay too much. They're not trying to spend too much money. That could be an issue with them. Or they're going to Walmart and getting a great value with. I'm sorry, y'all. Some of y'all probably do go to Walmart and get your great value stuff and all that stuff, but I could be a little, I could be a little bougie when it comes to some stuff, and I don't know if I saw somebody emptying a bag of great value wings onto the grill, I kind of look at them with the side eye, like, okay, so okay, I see how I see. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. You know what I mean? Now wait a minute. Where is For some reason it's not sharing the right screen. Now it is. Okay, I see it. All right, but yeah. So yeah, some of the Taurus will be very money conscious to the point where they might skimp on quality. Not all, but some. Alex said Taurus can be big spenders though too. Yeah, yeah, I've known some to be big spenders, but especially when it comes to themselves. But that's what I'm saying. Like, especially if it's a barbecue with people they don't particularly care for like that, they might skimp on quality a little bit. Kawaii, y'all Virgos are petty pictures too. So yeah, you might get the great value or Dollar General wings with Virgo too. But see what can say Virgo. Hey Cynthia, what can say Virgo is very much the perfectionist. So and Virgo is very like detail oriented, even down to being able to taste certain things. So if they find that, the wings aren't up to par, they might spend a little bit more to get some better quality wings or beef or whatever like that. Now, Joel Prince said Leos would be fun. They know how to have a good time, and Taurus would have some good food. Palace said, I pressed Leo because I know they will put on a show. Then Taurus, I'm thinking we'll have the best spread. Scorpio, it depends on what kind of terms we're on. Leo, theirs will be fun and popping, but also a lot of random people showing up. I think you might have a point there, Sam. Taurus said, "Oh, the food is going to be banging," and then Cancer said, "The food is going to be good, but I'll wait to come after it's ready." I forgot to say too, like so. Again, some Taurus they might skimp on quality, but I will say this: they could probably make up for it with the seasoning, the sauce, and all that. So the flavor will still probably be on point, even if they skimp on the quality of the meat. Now, Zaza said Taurus, the best cookout would be a Libra, but Taurus second. That's an interesting perspective. Now, Tiffany said Taurus all day. They always got the food on lock. And then Vincent said, and I can't see Taurus people splurging on anybody. So, yeah. And I agree with him. I was like, what did I say? I said 100 laughing emoji. So, again, we always have to keep in mind that in some cases, yes, Taurus can be a big spender, but in a lot of cases, they are going to make sure they have enough money and they're more than enough after the party. So again, if they have to take the quality down a couple of notches and then, you know, fix it with some nice spices and seasonings and stuff, so be it. All right. Harvey Lewis says Scorpio because Scorpio women is the opposite of Taurus. They are my heart. Lish said Taurus, child. That's it. That's all. I've never met a Taurus that didn't love good food. Franklin said Scorpio because I know it's going to be interesting drama and probably a fight. And I said 100. And then Vincent says Scorpio and Cancer are off limits. Why? Why, Vince? And then Nacho Lover said Leo gonna put on a show, but I came to eat, so I'm going with Taurus. But I'm gonna stop by Cancer House too about a sweet treat that I know their mom cooked. Yes. And then Johnny Boy said Granny was a Taurus. All right, Granny. All right, a couple more polls, and then we're going to get into. Alex said, okay, I think I agree with you. Taurus will show up looking expensive, and that's it. Maybe buy something at the store to bring to the barbecue. Yes. All right. And then I posted another poll. This one I put Cancer poll. So this one right here, it created a little confusion. So I wrote Cancer poll, can you cook? And I think some people thought this poll was just for people with Cancer placements. But the poll was for everybody. It was for Cancer season because Cancer is the chef of the zodiac. Now, Taurus comes a close second in terms of being a chef, but I always say Taurus is more the baker. Taurus is food itself, and Cancer is the person that cooks the food. When we're dealing with the restaurant industry, it's a combination of Taurus and Cancer energy. But the restaurant itself, that's Cancer. The food in the restaurant, that's Taurus. So I asked, can you cook? So 51% of y'all said, I am a great cook, which means that 25% of y'all are lying. You know, there's a lot of people that think they're a great cook, but they really can't cook. Actually, let me stop. I'm sure all y'all are telling the truth because I got some good people that, subscribe to my channel and stuff. So I'll take y'all at 51%. But, there's a lot of people that they do feel it, they swear they can cook because I be seeing this on Instagram a lot. They swear they can cook and then they'll put that plate in front of the camera and you're like, what the hell is that? So, but again, that's pretty generous. 51% y'all are saying I am a great cook. And then 31% of y'all said I am an average cook. And then 8% said I'm learning how to cook. And then 11% said I can't cook at all, which is a shame. Like nobody should be sitting here talking about I can't cook unless they don't have two hands. You know what I'm saying? Because at the very least, you should be able to know how to cook an egg, boil some pasta, uh, heat up some sauce. I'll say basic stuff. You should know how to cook spaghetti. You should know how to cook chicken and rice. You should know how to cook stew. Stew is easy. You should know how to cook. What's another one that's real pretty easy? Just some chicken breast, grilled chicken breast or baked chicken breast, baked chicken. And I get it. Cooking is not everybody's thing, but I think it is a skill that everybody should learn, at least the basics, because you never know when you might have to cook something yourself. Vandal said, I don't focus on it. I don't have a family, so I don't bother. Bunny said, I'm a great cook. Yeah, you probably are. I consider myself to be a great cook. And when I was young, I used to watch a lot of cooking shows on TV. Speaking of cooking shows, remember that guy, Justin? This is going way back. So people my age and a little bit younger and older than me, y'all might remember this guy. He was from Louisiana. His name was Justin, and he cooked a lot of Cajun cooking. And he would be like, I guarantee. And then he used to do commercials, I think, for Ruffles potato chips. And they were like the Cajun spice potato chips. Press a one if you know who I'm talking about. His name was Justin something. I guarantee. I used to love watching his show until I think it was earlier this year. I learned the truth about him and it broke my heart. He was a segregationist. I was like, what? Yeah, a segregationist, if you don't know what that means, is somebody that wants the races to remain separate or segregated. So during the civil rights movement, he was one of the ones that was like, I don't want those Negroes going to our schools and going to our churches and drinking out of our water fountains. I guarantee I ain't having it. Like he was one of them. And I didn't know because I this man was really like I loved him growing up. So I was just like, man, that's messed up. So I won't be watching any of his old cooking shows anymore. Ellie said, I used to love watching cooking shows too. Every time I'm looking at Gordon Ramsay's show where he fixes bum ass restaurants. Yup. Yup. Out there on T here, racist. Yes. And it's funny, I'm talking about him with him being a cook and cooking is ruled by cancer and then cancer also rules race and culture. And think about how race and culture, not so much race, but culture goes hand in hand with cooking. You know, to really understand a culture, you need to look at the food that the culture eats. Yes, Paula Deen is another one. You remember she was trying to act all like she about that Southern hospitality, and then it came out that she was treating her black staff, unfairly, and she was racist, making racist comments and stuff like that. Yup, Paula Deen too. I don't think Gordon Ramsay is racist. Oh, I didn't know she evaded her taxes. Yeah. And Paula Deen, she lost all that weight. I think she's on that Ozempic. All right, so we're not going to read the comments because I can't take too long. And then the next one is which cancer is the better actor? So the two choices were Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks. And Tom Cruise only got 29% of the votes, and Tom Hanks got 71% of the votes. So Tom Hanks won. And I was thinking, yeah, y'all probably thinking about Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan. But I kind of want to go with Tom Cruise on this one. I just like Tom Cruise movies better. Like the one that I really love of Tom Cruise is A Few Good Men. Yeah, Jack Nicholson, he stole the show in that movie, but I love Tom Cruise's character in that film and his acting. And I love Tom Cruise in Cocktail. I liked him in Vanilla Sky. Um I never got into Top Gun though. But I'm trying to think of another. Oh, Eyes Wide Shut is another one because I love that movie. Now, Tom Hanks, I liked Forrest Gump, but Forrest Gump is not a movie I can watch all the time. Like I feel like Forrest Gump is kind of one and done. Maybe watch it a second time. And then also, I never got into Angels and Demons with Tom Hanks. I've seen a bunch of Tom Hanks movies over the years. I liked him when he was more on the comedy end. Like Money Pit. I was watching that a little bit tonight while I was eating dinner. The Man with One Red Shoe, Bachelor Party. What else was he in? That was funny. A League of Their Own was pretty good. I saw a little bit of The Green Mile, but I don't remember it. Honestly, I can't really tolerate movies where it's some. Let me be nice, because this man is dead. What was the big black guy's name? Um, Michael Clark Duncan. Didn't he play in The Green Mile? I don't I didn't like the portrayal of that. Like I don't want to say it, but you know how they try to there's some movies where they want to portray a big black man as kind of like a big black dummy. And I didn't like that vibe that the Green Mile was giving off. And wasn't he supposed to have like special powers or something? I didn't have time for that. I really didn't. I think he talked all slow like this, like yes, a boss. Like I don't want to see movies like that no more. I really don't. Alex said, honestly, Tom Cruise being so into his religion and even having nothing to do with his daughter Suri after Katie Holmes left and escaped didn't sit right with me. I would admit, Alex, Tom Cruise, I think he's a pretty screwed up dude. I mean, he would have to be in the Church of Scientology for all these years. Know what one of the worst movies is where it's about like it's characterizing a black dummy? And I can't even bring myself to watch this movie anymore. And some of y'all I know that don't even know what this movie is, but it's called Native Son. Let me write it in the wait. Let me type it. Native Son. That movie pissed me off. Even down to the name of the character. His name was Bigger. You just change the B to an N and you know what you get. But if you know what I mean, like that movie Native Son was, oh my God, I hated that movie. Press a one if you ever saw that movie and let me know if that movie pissed you off as much as it pissed me off. That movie was about this black dude and Oprah was in it. So Oprah played the dude's mom. So, and this movie came out, I think in like the late 80s. It was like made for TV. And in the film, Oprah's son, he gets this job as a chauffeur for this rich white family. And they have this white daughter. Of course, she's white. They have this daughter and she's deaf. No, she's not deaf. She's blind. Wait, is the daughter blind or the mother? No, the daughter's not blind. It's the mother that's blind. So the mother's blind, and the mother and father, they have this daughter, and she's probably like 18 or 19 or whatever. And she's kind of wild acting. So one night, Bigger, the main character, he drives her and her boyfriend to this party or whatever. She gets really drunk. And he basically is trying to cover for her and he tries to sneak her back up into her room so that her mom and dad don't find out that she's drunk. Well, he ends up trying to keep her quiet and he ends up smothering her by mistake. So he kills her. And then he hides her body, like he basically burns her body up in the furnace. I'm just saying, like, that movie is just horrible. And it pissed me off because he was such an idiot in that movie. It is a horrible movie. Yeah, exactly. Bigger. I'm telling you, that's his name. That's why I was like, yeah, I can't. But anyway, if you want a good laugh, but if you want to be pissed off at the same time, watch Native Son. Okay, the next question or the next poll was which cancer is the better actor? Danny Glover with his big butt or Forrest Whitaker? Now, 69% chose Forrest Whitaker, and I want to know why. Y'all tell me why. And then Danny Glover only got 31%. I was actually surprised that Danny Glover only got 31%. Now, who do I prefer as an actor? I would say Danny Glover, even though Forrest Whitaker acted his ass off in Jason's Lyric as the drunk father. But I find those scenes that he's in to be funny though. So can you really say that's good acting if you're laughing at him playing a drunk man? Right? Mad Dog, go home. That's what I'm saying. Every time I see Jason's lyric. Remember he was in his room by himself. He was drunk. He was hitting that bottle hard. He was like he was on his knees with his hand out. And then he goes to the mom's house. And then all hell breaks loose. Hey, the art of being. You said, Rod, good day. Do you think the young lady who stabbed her McDonald's manager and mother of a six, Cancer rising, her face looks like the moon, or maybe moon in the first, she's in October Libra. Do you have her birthday? Because I could do a reading on this chick. Yo, as soon as I saw her eyes, I was like, that's a demon in the flesh. Straight up. And did you know that she was obsessed with Chucky? Because I saw this video about it. She was obsessed with Chucky. If you go on her Instagram, you'll see that she was using filters with Chucky's face while she was like sitting in the car eating snacks and stuff. The chick is so unhinged. And she has that red wig to look like Chucky. When I tell you this chick was a straight up demon in the flesh, and you could see it in her eyes. Scary shit. So basically, for those that don't know, this woman, she was working at McDonald's. Already she was getting into it with her manager. So her manager had sent her home once before And the chick went to social media. She on her Instagram, it was either her Instagram or TikTok. She was talking about her manager and saying how her manager was a bully and her manager was a psychopath and stuff like that. And then the following day, she goes back to work. I guess she wasn't doing her job right or whatever. Manager sends her home. The girl, instead of going home, drives to some parking lot. I guess she already had the knife in her car. And the demon, I guess, told her, you know, you need to kill that woman, kill that manager. She goes back to McDonald's with a ski mask on and stabs her manager to death. That story was it messed me up so much. Hey Cherry Red, that story messed me up so much that I had to have a talk with my Pisces daughter. She's the one that lives with me. My other two children, they live in different states, but my oldest, she's coming back to Arizona next month. But anyway, I had to have a talk with my daughter. I was like, it's not worth getting into it with people anymore. I said, not even anymore, just at all. Because people are crazy nowadays. You could get killed for some French fries. I wouldn't even want to be like a manager of a store anymore. You never know what your employees are going to do, let alone the customers. It's getting that crazy out here. These demons are running amok. This happened this past week. But yeah, look up McDonald's worker stabs manager to death and you'll see her face. She's crazy. All right. So again, Forrest Whitaker won out over Danny Glover. I picked Danny Glover because his portrayal of Mr. in Color Purple was so on point to the point where I hated his guts. And then I didn't like him in Beloved either. So that makes me think, yeah, he's a good actor because if he's playing roles where I really can't stand your ass, then that's pretty good. But I would admit that he doesn't have much range as an actor. I would say Forrest Whitaker definitely has more range. All right, moving on. All right, choose your blind date. Oh, yeah, that's her name. Oh, yeah. So the art of being, you said October 18th. That 18 would make sense. I always say that's a murderous number. Kauai says some 7-Eleven manager killed her employer during an argument. Tell you, it's getting bad, y'all. And especially with Jupiter and Cancer right now, people are likely to become overly emotional. And they're gonna likely blow shit out of proportion. So everybody be safe out there. It's not worth getting into it with people, not with the road rage, not at a fast food place. It's not worth it. People are nuts. All right. So choose your blind date. So the three choices were the three water signs. So Scorpio won out with the blind date. I don't know why y'all like to live on the edge like that. Y'all are attracted to danger. 54% chose Scorpio for a blind date. Y'all crazy. And then 21% chose Cancer and 25% voted for Pisces. I think for the blind date, I would go with Cancer and then Pisces next and then Scorpio last. Because I don't got time to be playing those Scorpio mind games. I really don't. I'd be like, game over. And the dinner would be cut short. Like, I don't got time for you to be acting all mysterious and enigmatic and all that type of stuff. I'm good. I'm very much about transparency nowadays. I don't need all that mystery and suspense that you're bringing, Scorpio. I'm good. The Art of Being React said, looks like a Libra Scorpio cusp, October 18th on her page. I do not want to double check because her page is pretty dark, period. Yes, it's very dark. Now, I'm going to try to find a police report or arrest record for her because I definitely want to look at that chart. Now, Ellie said Pisces supremacy right there. Okay. And then Sam says, Scorpio on a blind date, we better be in public, right? That's what I'm saying. Catherine, exactly. Abdulali said, I chose Scorpio too. LMAO, they're hot. Alex said Pisces for me. Sam said, I'll take Pisces. Smart said, game over, then we will pull a U on you. What? Catherine said, this mysterious shit gets boring after a few Scorpios, right? And then the way I wouldn't be wanting some person all eyeing me like how they be eyeing you. I'm just like, I'm good. I am good. I think I'd rather have a blind date with a Virgo before a Scorpio. The art of being said, Danny, I forgot about old Mister, but he was amazing in the Christmas movie with Monique. But agreed, no range. Yeah. All right, and then the next poll, this one is kind of controversial. And with this, we're going to segue over into the discussion about cancer because I have some things to say about this part. So, the other poll, this was 3 weeks ago. Which of these signs is the most ghetto? And I basically presented Gemini, Aries, Cancer, Scorpio. All four of those signs have the potential to be ghetto. I'm not saying they're ghetto just in general, but they have the potential to be ghetto. Now, in terms of the results, Aries won out with 51%. That makes a lot of sense because Aries lacks impulse control. That alone makes Aries potentially ghetto. That lack of impulse control, the violent streak that they have, yes. And then next was Gemini. That's very on point because Gemini is for the streets. Gemini is the thug of the zodiac. Gemini is the hood rat of the zodiac. And then Cancer only got 6%, but Cancer can be really ghetto too. And more about that in a minute. And Scorpio only got 13%. I'm surprised that not a lot of people voted for Scorpio, but Scorpio can be very ghetto with Scorpio ruling crime and grind. Being grimy and crimey. But yeah, just think about and operating underground and doing shit under the table. That's Scorpio. Going to the buy here, pay here car dealerships. That's Scorpio. Do they even still have buy here, pay here car dealerships? I don't know if they do, but that was the thing back in the 80s and 90s. Buy here, pay here, as is car dealerships. And you would get yourself a lemon for like $500,000. That shit would break down in a couple of months. You would take it back. They would try to rig it or whatever. It would break down in another month. And hey, you just had to rough it. Like that's how it was with the buy here, pay here. They would get you with the entrance. But hey, if you didn't have good credit, that's where you had to go to get your car. Smart said, I don't know many ghetto Scorpios. We white collar ghetto that. Well, no, that's just because you must rub elbows with people that are more on the up, more on the up and up. But trust and believe, I've seen some straight up ghetto Scorpios. I like they could be some of the trashiest. Because Scorpio rules trash anyway. Scorpio rules rodents, insects, rats, roaches. So if you're dealing with somebody that got a roach infested apartment or house, they probably got some Scorpio placements. Yep, showing up. All right, so with that, we're going to segue over into Cancer. Mm-mm-mm. All right, does anybody love Cancer? Like, love, like, where you just got a thing for Cancer? Let me know if you do. Press one if you just have this love for Cancer where you just can't get enough of them. Sugar pie, honey bunch. That's a very Cancer song if you ask me. You know that I love you. I can't help myself. I love you and nobody else. Bet, bet, bet. Sugar pie, honey bunch. You know that I love you. Woo! I can't help myself. No, I can't help myself. So, for Cancer, we got to start off with the mothers. I always love my mama. She's my favorite girl. Mama, mama, I love you. And then what was the other one? What's another mama song? And mama used to say, take your time, young man. And mama used to say, don't you rush to get old. And mama used to say, take it in your stride. And mama used to say, live your life. Remember that song? Wait, who sang that song? What's his name? Junior? Mama used to say, oh yeah, dear mama. No, you know I love you, sweet lady. A dear mama. I didn't like Dear Mama. That's one of my least favorite Tupac songs. And isn't in that song, isn't that where he be like, and even though you was a crack fiend, mama, I always said you was a black queen, mama. I hated when he said that. I was like, why'd you call your mom out like that? Okay, she was on crack back in the day, but you didn't have to call her out like that. Tupac, Gemini. Yeah. And then what's another mama song? Help, help me, mother dear. And then there's another mama song. I'm trying to think. Didn't OJ's have a mama song? No, they did Family Reunion. But we can include that too because it's cancer season. Family reunion, a family reunion. All right, mothers. Mothers, do you love your mother? That's the question. Do you have a good relationship with your mother? Do you cherish your mother? Do you respect your mother? Did you have the mother that you felt like you should have had? Or do you wish that you had a certain type of mother? So Eve, Eve was the first mother, right? According to Bible mythology, she's basically the biblical matriarch. So Eve, first mother, she had to carry a heavy load being that first mother. Now the now excuse me if I preach a little bit okay tonight because I am a Sagittarius. Sometimes I gotta be at my pulpit and speak the gospel. But yeah. Now the blame for original sin was placed upon Eve. And this problem persists even in these modern days and times. Let's talk about it, church. Let's talk about how Eve had to carry the burden of original sin. Why? Because that serpent, and in my opinion, I believe that serpent was a man, or at least a male entity, tempted Eve and told her that she could eat from the tree of knowledge and good and evil, and that she wouldn't die. Her eyes would become open, her and her husband Adam, and that they would be like gods, knowing good and evil. So naturally, Eve, being curious and, you know, being open to variety, she decided to partake of that fruit. And then she gave it to Adam and said, Adam, why don't you try some of this fruit? And Adam was like, but God said, we're not supposed to eat from this tree. But she was like, if you don't eat from this tree, you ain't getting no cookie tonight. And he ate from that tree because, men can't resist women. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, they're being cast out of the Garden of the Eden, and God is blaming woman for everything. It's the same type of story as Pandora's box. Pandora's box is that Greek mythology where this woman, Pandora, was given a box that contained all the evils in the world. And she got curious and opened that box. And next thing you know, all the evils of the world was unleashed. But do you see the common denominator, how women are blamed for the problems of this world, the problems of this earth, at least from a religious and mythological standpoint. And that shit never sat right with me. Never sat right with me. And it just lets you know this is what happens when you live in a world based upon patriarchy. that we get blamed for the sins of men primarily. Because most of the sins that are committed upon this earth are coming from men, let's be real. Now, this is not a male bashing live stream, don't get me wrong, but I do got to stand up for women, of which I am one, because we've been given the short end of the stick since time immemorial. It always goes back to women. So the blame for original sin was placed upon Eve, and this problem persists even in these modern days and times. Why? Why are men so threatened by a woman's power that they have to basically blame us for this earth being wicked? How about this? A lot of men despise single mothers, just like how we're supposed to despise Eve for taking that fruit and eating it and giving it to Adam. A lot of men despise single mothers, but if you notice, a lot of them have no problem with absent fathers. Make it make sense. You talk shit about single mothers, but you don't talk about the fathers that are absent. Or if you do talk about them, it's always the woman ran him out of the house. They love to talk about that with black women. They like to be like, oh, because these women wanted to get welfare and they chose welfare over the fathers being in the house. No, the fathers left a long time ago before welfare even started. Come on now. But yeah, I'm noticing this has been a thing for years where single mothers are basically denigrated, but absent fathers are given a pass. Make it make sense. So the matriarch is the woman that is basically responsible for all the children, all the children and the children's children that come after her. But we're seeing that that classic matriarch is starting to become a dying breed because no longer, and this, a lot of this is due to the media, because the media is pushing a certain type of lifestyle where you now have 50-year-old women, 60-year-old women that are trying to compete with 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds. I see it on Instagram all the time, and it's pretty sad because at a certain age, you're supposed to move from that maiden stage to the mother stage, and then finally, you're supposed to be that crone, like the witches believe, maiden, mother, crone. But a lot of these women don't want to reach that mother stage, and a lot of them don't want to reach that crone stage. And when I say mother stage, I don't mean every woman needs to have children, because I'm going to get into that too. I'm talking about mother stage in terms of it's more so a mature mindset. And because of the way social media pushes certain trends and pushes certain mindsets, you got a lot of women, again, they don't want to grow into that mother stage, and they definitely are trying to resist that crone stage, or you could say that grandmother stage. Let's see what y'all are saying. Catherine said, blame it on the woman. Sam said, so a cancer fell for the food, even though God said no. Well, it's hard to deny your belly what it is craving. Alex said, Princess Chola, I'm an Aquarius moon too, Capricorn sun. I have a Leo mom too. Is your stubborn as well? Ellie said, I thought Eve had to cross half of the garden to reach Adam. This whole time he was right there. Sarah said, yup, blame the woman for misguiding the poor, helpless man, right? Because men just can't help themselves. That's why, in those Muslim countries, they got to be dressed from head to toe because the men can't help themselves. Thule said, I heard the apple wasn't actually an apple. Yeah, I heard that too. Might have been a pomegranate. Sarah said, all the accountability falls on the woman, right? And then Sam says, well, if Eve took the first bite, I mean, but Adam, he didn't have to follow her. But again, because men tend to be weakened, their will tends to be weakened when it comes to women. Hey, so I'm just saying, he didn't have to follow her with eating that fruit. Now, Ellie said Adam was right beside Eve, seeing her and letting her eat the apple, probably seeing what it will do to her so he can also eat. Men have always been trash. Hashtag. And then Tyrell said, this also plays a huge part in misogyny. Yes. Sam said, LMAO, but if God said no and Eve did it anyway and then convinced Adam to do it, sounds like Eve is to blame. But no, y'all are missing the point though. See, y'all taking this story as this is actually real. This is a myth. This is the story that man created to subjugate women. That's what y'all don't get. So this is what I'm here to talk about. Like that's a mythology. They want you to believe that it's one women's fault for everything. Again, just like how I was saying with the mythology of Pandora's box. The first woman, Pandora, they're blaming her for unleashing all the evils onto this earth. Same like they're doing with Eve. Also, let's talk about the story about how Adam and Eve were created. According to the Bible, Eve was taken out of the rib, she was created by God taking one of Adam's rib, which is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. Because truth be told, biologically, every fetus starts off as female. Hello? And then if that Y chromosome is up in there, then the genitals will start to form as male genitals. But all fetuses start off as female in the womb. Make it make sense. But men don't want to hear that. Men don't want to hear that we have our own divine right. See, men and I'm not talking about y'all men, the ones that are listening to this live stream, because I know y'all are more of the evolved sort. But men collectively, they always want to have some sense of superiority over women. It's the same as certain races always wanting superiority over other races. But the most fundamental is the male female dynamic when it comes to this issue with superiority. So, somewhere along the way, men got it in their heads like, okay, these women are working with some power that we don't understand. So we're going to have to write some myths. We're going to have to write some stories, Cancer. We're going to have to write some stories to make women appear to be inferior to us, to blame women for all the catastrophes upon earth because they're working with some type of magic. They're working with some type of power that we don't understand. These women can bleed once a month, every month, and not drop dead. They're working with some magical shit. And I think a lot of men used to fear women before they got it in our heads that we're inferior, that we're the weaker sex. Yeah, we may not be as strong as y'all physically. We may not be able to understand all the technical aspects of football plays and all that. Some women can, but a lot of us women, we don't even care about that shit. But we are the true givers of life. Like for real, it's through us that life comes to this earth. So that alone, that is so much power. Yes, men will plant the seed, right? And it's not even a seed. Like we really are the ones that have the seed. They germinate our seed. So men germinate our seed, but it's ultimately up to us whether we want to bring that life into this world because we can always put a stop to that life that's growing inside of us. And that fundamental fact about women, fundamentally, it bothers men. And again, I'm saying that primitive mindset, that primitive male mindset, that's a lot of power to have. That your progeny depends upon women. The propagation of your bloodline depends upon women. And a lot of men hate us for it. Now, motherhood was basically compulsory up until the 1950s due to the suppression of birth control methods. So, we need to talk about this too, since we're talking about motherhood. If you really think about it, it's only been what, 60 years, maybe 70 years that women have actually become free, because prior to the birth control pill in particular, but other birth control methods, if a woman got married and women were expected to be married or you were looked down upon, next thing you know, she's having four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, sometimes even more children. What type of life is that? And a lot of women didn't question it because they were told by their mothers, oh, that's just the way it is. Oh, your lot in life is to be a mother. That's your whole purpose in life, is to be a mother. And that's where I want to get a little philosophical, and I want to see what y'all think. Like, is that a woman's purpose in life? One of her main purposes to be a mother, or can she totally detach from that whole motherhood trope or concept and say, nah, I'm fulfilled and I am, strong enough where I don't need to have a mother. I mean, need to become a mother to validate myself as a woman. More and more women are coming to terms with that and saying no to motherhood. And I think it's a wonderful thing, because I feel like motherhood is kind of like a form of slavery for the woman. Not for all mothers, the mothers that really put their all into it, the mothers that have like three or more children. Because usually, even if the mother is married, it's usually going to be on the mother instead of the father, more so to take care of those kids, to make sure they got everything they need. Yeah, the father might do certain things. He might bring home the bacon, but usually it's the woman that's doing everything else. Let's be real. So, like, where's our payoff? And then we even, the fact that your body goes through all these changes. Some women are blessed where they could pop out 4 kids and they still got a flat stomach. They don't have no stretch marks and stuff, but that's rare. Your average woman, she going to go through it the more children that she has. Let's see what y'all are saying before I move on. Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about Lilith. Yes, Lilith wasn't having it. Adam's supposed first wife. But you see how Lilith is given a bad rap too, because she wanted to remain liberated. You see that? So either way, we can't win. Now, Sarah said women create life, men just give us sperm, which is the genetic code, but we build that life from scratch, right? Derek said, let's bring into account the whole system of harems. Very Virgo Pisces opposition. Women being trained and procured for service, Virgo. Women living in captivity, Pisces. Exactly. Yes. Abu said, preach, Ra. Thank you, Abu. Derek said, women. Oh, you were just correcting yourself. Catherine said, a baby factory. Yes, that's what a lot of women were back in the day. And I was talking to my daughter the other day, and I was saying, we were talking about this subject, and I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if they suppressed the birth control pill on purpose. Like, they held it back. Because again, pregnancy and children is one of the ways that men can control women. That's one of the ways that men can subdue a woman's power, by keeping her barefoot and pregnant. That's what they used to say back in the day. They just want you barefoot and pregnant. And again, what type of life is that? You can't tell me all those women back in the day were supposed to be mothers and that they all derive fulfillment from being mothers. And that's why you had a lot of mothers that weren't shit, because they shouldn't have been mothers in the first place. Then we can get on the top topic of, the extreme method of birth control, which is, voluntary terminating a child. You got a lot of lawmakers that are trying to do away with that, again, because they don't want women to have that type of freedom. They don't want women to have a choice. Do you realize how people are panicking now that a lot of women are saying, I don't want any children? How a lot of people are panicking because, some states still allow a woman to have an abortion. But again, it's all for males' benefit. If we all said no, we're not gonna birth your children anymore. What are males gonna do? I guess they would start, assaulting us. But even then, hey, if we really don't want to give birth to children bad enough, we could take ourselves out, and there goes the baby with it. So it's like, again, either way, We have the true power. And that's why, since time immemorial, they have tried to suppress our power and try to beat us down. And granted, I am not a male hater. I love men. I'm just realizing at this point in my life, I don't got time for the, bullshit when it comes to romantic relationships with men. But I love men, but it seems like a lot of men don't love us. And I have a problem with that. The Art of Being Reacts said, "We are equal in creation. Adam is the head and the woman is the spirit, so to speak. She guides Adam as he loves her, and she grows the children of the world." Also, the Art of Being said, "The mother is details. You want her to watch the home and the kids and the food because she will pick up on everything." But that's all fine and dandy, especially back in the day when all it took was one income to basically survive the family. Now both parents usually have to work. So you got both the mother and the father working, and the mother, she's not only working a full-time job, but she has to come home and tend to the kids. And the father, a lot of times, he's not that much involved where he's doing as much work as she's doing. Now, granted, there's a lot more men nowadays that are more helpful in the household and with the children and stuff, so I will give them that. But they really had to be trained to be that way. They weren't naturally inclined. And I'm not even saying they're supposed to be, they're really not. But again, just know that the game is rigged in their favor. And most of the time, we're going to be on the losing end as women. Nurse Tara said, "See how the story doesn't even make sense. How was Lilith the first wife, but Eve was made from Adam's rib?" Exactly. They can't even get their story straight. Alex said, "Yeah, that's what my grandma was, a baby factory. And she had my dad and his siblings eat too. Way too young." Yeah. Also, when I went on vacation with my mother, we started having some philosophical conversations. And because my mother, she's from the baby boomer generation. She's from the old school. So she's kind of from the generation where they didn't question a lot. They started to question stuff, but not nearly as much as Gen X and Gen Z and the millennials are questioning things in terms of women. So me and my mother and my daughter were having this conversation just about women and how the game again is rigged against us. It's rigged in men's favor. And I was asking my mom, I was like, have you ever sat and wondered why a guy would make it so that a girl can get pregnant as young as 10? I think the youngest girl has gotten pregnant at like 6 years old. I'm not lying. But, there's been girls as young as 9 because they hit puberty that young that they're able to get pregnant. 10 years old, 12 years old, 13, even 17. Let's be real, it's too young to get pregnant. It's too young to be a mom, especially in this type of age, this type of world. You don't even know who the hell you are at 17, 15, 16. But yes, you can create a child. So that makes me even go even back before the Adam and Eve story, where I'm looking at this God of the Bible or whoever created us, and I'm asking questions like, why? Why did you make us like this, where we could get pregnant so young, even though we really don't even know who we are yet? And we could even include men in this too. Why did you make it so that a boy can even create a child as young as what, 11, 12, 13, and he don't even know? Like, what type of guy would set us up like this? Like, let's be real. Mind you, I'm not a Christian, but I'm not an atheist either. So I do believe that there's some higher power out there. But I really don't believe in the God of the Bible because there's so many holes in that story. And again, I'm asking, like, okay, if this God is beneficent, the God of the Bible, and so loving and all this stuff, why? Oh, Ellie said the youngest mother was 5 years old. Oh my God. See what I mean? Why create us where we could start having children so young that there's almost a guarantee we're going to screw those children's lives up if we have them at 13 or 14 or 15? It's almost like whoever created this system created it so that we could fail. Why, as humans, why do we have to like ovulate every month, whereas other animals they have heat cycles where they're not constantly ovulating? That's why sometimes I do lean to that, theory that we were created, we were genetically engineered by aliens to be a slave, to be slaves for them. That makes more sense if you ask me. And that can explain why, yeah, we could get pregnant so early. If we're just vessels to bring other life into this world because we're all going to be slaves to these beings that are running everything, then that makes sense why we're able to get pregnant so early and where we're ovulating every goddamn month. But now it's like these rulers, these people that are in charge, that are in power, now they're like, now it's too many of y'all. Now we got to get rid of y'all. Now we're going to make your life a living hell because it's too many. Thank you, Florida Rails, for your super chat. You said Cancers and Pisces are natural enemies. I wouldn't say that per se, but you can expound on that. Break that down. Tell me what you mean. Smart said, how does a 5-year old survive that? Isn't that a C-section? Why would you even force? I hope they didn't force that little girl to give birth. Wait a minute, did you say birth or pregnant? The young, oh, you said mother, so that means she must have gave birth. Why would you even force a 5-year old to give birth, to have that child? That's why I will never say I'm totally against abortion, because there's cases where it's necessary. Alex said that's what happened with my grandma. She had my dad at 14 or 15 years old, and my dad was neglected, and he's a covert narcissist. He was never cared for properly. And yeah, that's what be happening when you have children so young. Because again, you're still a child yourself. You don't know what you're doing. Clorinda said, I said that to someone yesterday. I asked, why would God make sex so easily? The vehicle for so much corruption and pain is sex trafficking and the porn industry. Yes, exactly. What type of God are we dealing with here? Ellie said, my grandmother from my mother's side was 18 when she had her first period, so she was lucky. My paternal grandmother, she got married at 13 years old, and she started having children at 13. Yes, my maternal, my not maternal, my paternal grandmother. Crazy. So she never really had like adulthood to herself at all. Not even her teenage years belonged to her. All right. Again, like I said, many women are shunning motherhood. A lot of women are deciding to be child free, and I'm all for it because being a mother, it's a lot. And you never know what you're going to get in terms of a child. You never do. You can make the best plans, but you know what they say? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So I'm just so glad a lot of women are saying, you know what? It's my choice and I choose to remain child free for whatever reason. I used to think when I was young and not so wise, I used to think not having children was being kind of selfish. Now I'm totally the opposite. Now I'm like, every reason for having a child is a selfish reason. Can anybody tell me a reason for having a child that is not selfish? What unselfish reason is there to have a child? I can't think of one. So, yeah, I'm glad a lot of women are basically saying, you know what? Motherhood is not for me. I don't want to be chained to a kid for 18 plus years and all that type of stuff. Children are nice, but I don't need to participate in it directly. Especially nowadays, because a lot of these children aren't coming out right. And I'll just say, I can't even imagine. Like, I'm a mother of 3 children, and thankfully all 3 of my children, they were pretty, what's the word, healthy, and in terms of their learning was pretty on par with the average kids and stuff like that. I can't imagine having to be a mother of a child that has a serious disability, whether it's a learning disability or they have autism. Like, I really feel for those mothers. Like, I can't even imagine. And now that autism is like skyrocketing, you always have to take that into consideration that you might have a child who's autistic. So, do you want to bear that cross? I'm just glad there's a lot of women that are saying, "Nah, motherhood's not for me." And it's good too because some of these women have mental health issues and they're realizing that, hey, if I'm bipolar, I can't really be there for my child, my hypothetical child like I really would want to be and things like that. So I feel like it's the first time in history where women are really waking up to their power and where they're saying, you know what? I could be a woman without having to be a mother. I can live a full life without having to step into that mother role. Destin said, Rob, do you agree with abortion for convenience? No, I don't because I'm like, there's so many birth control methods out there where if you really don't want to get pregnant, you know what to do. You know how to take the proper precautions to prevent it. But my thing is that a reason why abortion should be illegal because women are using it as a convenience? No, I think abortion should still be legal because again, even if you got a number of women using it as a form of birth control, using it for convenience sake, you're always going to have women who really need one, whether it's due to some type of health condition or whether it's due to being sexually assaulted and getting pregnant that way, whether it's due to the person being a child or the mother being a child. So, yeah, there's reasons why I believe it's justified and necessary. And a lot of people walking this earth would tell you, I would be better off if I was never even born. I wish my mother would have never gave birth to me. There's a lot of people out there that really believe that way. Believe that, like really wish that they were never born. So sometimes you might even look at terminating a pregnancy as a mercy killing. I'm just saying. All right, enough about the moms. And I'll just say this. If you have a good relationship with your mother and you don't really, maintain contact like you should, start doing so because your mother's not going to be around forever. My mother is 73, so she's getting up there in age. And I'm seeing now where, yeah, I used to really keep my distance from my mother, from my whole family in general. Because me being a Sagittarius, I'm just not very family oriented like that either. But I started to realize, like, hey, my mom's not getting any younger, and she's not always going to be around. And I know when she leaves this earth, it's going to be like a hole left in me. Like, it's going to be something I'm really going to feel. So I'm like, while my mother's here, I need to honor her. I need to bury the hatchet, whatever beef I had with my mother due to whatever, and be that good daughter and be there with her during the last 30 years or maybe even less of her life. So yes, and Kawhi, yeah, I know you lost your mother. I think it was last year, right? And I'd be thinking about you from time to time. I can't even imagine having to go through what you went through. But yeah, cherish your mother. Hey Moonlight, honor your mother. That's if your mother was good to you. If your mom was a bitch, if she wasn't shit, then no. I'm not saying, maintain those ties because some mothers ain't shit. But I'm talking about if your mother was there for you, if she tried to do her best, yeah, reach out to her more often. Talk to her. I'll tell you one thing. My son called me today because my son's a Sagittarius and he's distant, just like I am. So there could be like weeks that go by, maybe 3 weeks, and I haven't talked to him. I might call him, he don't pick up the phone. So and I don't take it personal because I'm like, he's a Sagittarius. But I looked at my phone today and I saw that he called me. So I got all excited and I was like, I called him back. So we were talking on the phone and stuff, and it was just good catching up with him and stuff like that. So it just feels so good when your children are adults, if you have a positive relationship with them, to, have that close relationship. It's really rewarding, I'll say that. But you always do worry about them, even as adults. So that's another thing to keep in mind, that when you're a mother or a father, because cancer is also just family, it's dealing with parenting. So we're including the fathers in this too now. When you're a mother or a father, parenting doesn't ever end. It doesn't end at 18. You're always, if you care, if you love your children, you're always going to be there for them. But it can be painful seeing your adult children go through stuff, especially seeing them make certain decisions where they're going to mess themselves up. You might try to tell them certain things, but you can't be too hard. You can't be too judgmental, because now they're adults and you're like, okay, you're an adult, got to make these decisions on your own. But yeah, sometimes it can be painful seeing them make certain decisions. And now that my children are grown, I think about some of the shit I put my mother through. Because my mother would tell me, and I didn't believe her when she would tell me back in the day when I was a teenager, but she would be like, and this was when I was like 18, 19, maybe 20 even. She would be like, I'm always afraid I'm going to get a call in the middle of the night saying that something happened to you. And I used to think my mom was being overly dramatic, that she was like putting on. But now that I have adult children, I get it. And I've had a teenage children, of course. I get it now. I get what my mom was going through. Cause you never want to get that call in the middle of the night. And I think I told a lot of y'all what happened with my nephew earlier this year. So my sister had to go through it, where the cops come to her door and give her the worst news of her life. So again, that's something you got to think about before you have children. Do you want to carry that weight? Do you want to deal with that level of pain if it, should occur? God forbid, but it happens all the time. But yeah, that's just something to take into account. Let me see what y'all are saying before I move on. Thank you, Florida, for your super chat. You said cancers with all those emotions bring out the worst of Pisces. On surface level, they could get along well. However, the thunderstorm is brewing. That's deep. That's profound. I could kind of see where you're going at, especially, sometimes when you got too much water going on, that can basically, like, if Cancer is going through something, Pisces has that sympathy. Pisces wants to help out this person. Pisces could get in too deep with Cancer. So I could see how that could be problematic in some cases. So Catherine said, imagine the kids that have parents that paid to make them in a lab, and all my mom was accused of trapping my dad, and she did not know she was pregnant for like 4 months. Yeah, sometimes that pregnancy sneaks up on you. Catherine also said, parents that love themselves a little bit, that communicate at least. The Art of Being reacts said, one case of a 5-year-old pregnant Peru, 1939, is called precocious puberty. Puberty comes early and can be caused by injuries. Something was going on. I can't. Yeah, why should a little girl have to go through that, man? Like, who set this shit up to be this way? Sam said that's crazy because a lot of parents would have you thinking otherwise. What are you referring to, Sam? Nurse Tara said, my daughter came to visit us from Philly and hated to see her go back home. And yes, I worry more now that my children are adults. Yes. Doesn't that? Oh, it sucks. That worrying never goes away, man. Especially like when you see them in toxic relationships and you wish you could just remove that toxic person from their life. But sometimes they got to learn the hard way. Sometimes they just got to go through it. You could tell them that this person ain't right for them, but sometimes they're not going to listen. They're going to find out on their own. And I was the same way. Like, if my mother would have told me about some of the guys I was dealing with, like, he's a loser, I would have been like, Mom, you just being a hater. You don't want to see me in love. So yeah, that's why I'm not too, what's the word? I try not to be that helicopter parent with my adult children. I will give them advice. They will all come to me for readings. Like my son tonight, he was like, Mom, can you pull up my chart and tell me what's going on with my transits? So yeah. But I don't volunteer that information. As an astrologer mom, I don't be like, Pluto's doing this in your chart this month, so you better. I don't do that because I want my children to live organic lives as much as possible. And looking at their transits, I don't want to. That's really going to have me worried. All right. Ellie said, "Nobody suffers in this world like mother." Yes. And then Sam said, I feel like mothers are the most overlooked. They get overlooked so much. So true. Sam said, when you were saying that parenting never ends, a lot of parents would have you thinking other. Oh, okay, yeah. Right? Because they'd be like, 18, get out. Christine said, I'm a Cancer. I don't worry as much. That's good. Sam said, that's why I don't do transits either, right? Sometimes these transits will have you losing your mind. And then when it happens, you'd be like, oh, it wasn't that bad as I thought. All right, so let's get into Cancer and roots. I took this picture from that movie Roots. The interesting thing about the movie Roots and the book was written by Alex Haley. It ended up being a lie. He lied about that whole shit about, him tracing his lineage back to West Africa and where he found out, oh, this is how my family came to the Americas. And so, yeah, basically, this story was fictional, but it's still, it struck a chord within a lot of people. It really did, because this was like the first time that people got a look inside the slave trade and just how Black Americans who were enslaved back then were being treated and everything like that. So it really struck a chord with a lot of people. Let me see when this movie came out. Hold on. I remember watching it with my family back in the day, and then I remember the next day at school being mad at the white kids, like they had something to do with the shit. But that's how it was. It again, it struck a chord within you if you were Black and you watched that movie. But maybe you could have been another race and saw Roots and it struck a chord within you. All right, we want Roots the movie. What's your name? Kunta Kinte. Swap. 1977. So it came out in 1977. And it was groundbreaking when it came out. All right. Where is the YouTube? Okay, here it is. All right, so anybody who's seen the movie Roots, press one. Catherine said they always act like they knew it. Yeah, but I don't think I could bring myself to watch Roots nowadays, especially knowing that it was fiction. Okay, so Libra Space, press one. Kauai one. So that means y'all have seen Roots. Christine one. Nurse Tara one. Sarah one. Abu one. I remember that movie scared the mess out of me when I saw it as a child. I was scared. Even the part in the beginning where he holds little baby Kunta up. This is when they're still in Africa, and he holds little baby Kunta up to the stars, and he's like, "Behold, the only thing greater than yourself." But that shit is dope. That scene right there. But as a kid, I was a little scared of that too. Cause I swear, when he held the little baby up, you heard all like it was all like, like it was like the ancestors were singing and shit. So, Catherine, you never saw Roots. Don't waste your time, because again, if you're not trying to get all emotional, You don't need to watch that movie. That movie is kind of painful to watch. Yeah, I don't think I could watch it again. But anyway, I included this image because we are going to be talking about cancer in terms of one's roots. So, cancer is dealing with your family, your clan. Cancer is the tribe. Cancer is your upbringing. Cancer is your background, roots, ancestry, heritage, and legacy. Hey, wellness. Now, how important is family to you? So, we can do a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being family is the most important thing, 1 being family is not important to you at all. So, how important is family to you? So, again, 5 is family is the most important thing in life. 1 meaning family is not important much at all to you. And then if you choose something like 3, you're pretty much in the middle where you realize family is important, but it's not the end all be all. And of course, not all families are good families. Clorinda, you say Queen with Halle Berry was painful to watch as well. You know what? I never seen Queen, and probably for a good reason. Nurse Tara said, I can't and won't watch any more slave movies. I'm sick of it. They come out with movies every couple of years. I know. And then didn't they come out with one recently? It was called Sinners or something. Is that dealing with slaves? All right, let's see what y'all are saying about this family thing. Catherine, you put 5, meaning family is very important. Moonlight, you said 5. Kawhi, you said 4, depends on who. Josie said, I'm not family oriented. Sarah, 4. Clorinda, 3. I would put 3 too. Kenyatta, 5. Josie, I'll say 3, she said. Christine said 2. You said so wonderful to see you, Ra. Oh, wonderful to see you too, Arta B. Let me see. Bree said 3. Ellie said depends extended or immediate. Well, it depends on what your concept of family is. And I was watching this video today, speaking of cancer season and family, where it was this African guy. It was so interesting what he was saying. I wish I could play the video because it's not even long, but I don't want to deal with the copyright. But it was this African guy. You could tell he was like a professor or something. But he was basically talking about African nations and how they don't have a concept of maintenance. But beyond what he was saying about that, he was basically just saying in Africa, he was like, we have no concept of the nuclear family. Because he was like, because we're all family. And he basically meant like your family is your extended family, your immediate family, your cousins, your uncles, your aunts, but also your ancestors, those who have died is still your family. So he was like, we don't have a concept of just an immediate or nuclear family. And I was like, okay, makes sense. So smart, smart. You said Sinners is a good movie, but it's nothing new or original. Ellie said, if I have my own family, like my own kids and husbands, it will go up to 5. That's fair. That makes a lot of sense. Actually, I'm going to up mine. I'm going to put family at 4. Now that I'm considering my own immediate family, me and my children. So I'm going to put that at 4. But if any of my children were to cross me, yeah, no, let's stop. But no, I'm going to put it at 4. Because when I think about my immediate family, the children I created, they are the most important thing to me. So maybe I should move it up to 5. But then again, I'm not that family oriented where I'm like, we always got to stick together. If my children want to move out of the country, hey, have a ball. I'm not that type where I'm going to be upset because my children don't live close to me. And again, already 2 of them don't even live in the same state as me. But one is coming back to live in the same state as me next month. So that's a treat. Now, if my son would move back, like move to Arizona, that'd be great too. But if he don't want to, I could respect that as well. Some families take it way too far. Let's talk about that real quick. Abu, are you still here? because I know Abu, he has African parents. Anybody that has African parents, Asian parents, because I know a lot of them are like this too. Um, a lot of times you're obligated to help out your family, especially your mother and father, once you become an adult and, start making money. Like it's an obligation. And from what I've learned, there's a lot of Africans that are more modern day westernized Africans that are starting to say, no, mom and dad, I'm not sending home money to you. So you have Asian parents. Are they basically saying you're obligated to help them out, especially the older they get? Because yeah, some parents will put a lot of pressure on their children. And then, in some places there's still arranged marriages. Oh yeah, Caribbean parents are like that too. That's right. I forgot Florida. Yeah, where it's like you owe them. Okay, Alex said actually mine aren't like that to be honest. So that's good that they're not like that. But I heard yeah, a lot of the children of African parents, Asian parents are starting to say no. I shouldn't have to be obligated to send money home to you every month. Clorinda said, if I could get a do-over, I would not have children. I'm with you on that one, Clorinda. Sam said, hell, American black parents be like that too. Yeah, some of them do be like that. Sarah said, my mom makes me send money to her deadbeat brother. Oh. Destin said, yeah, in Japanese culture, it's an obligation. No matter what you owe them, no matter what. And they can live with you whenever and show up anytime. Oh God, I couldn't do it. But if you grew up like that, I guess you're used to it. But yeah. And again, like I was saying, there's some countries where they still have arranged marriages. There's people in this country, the United States, where their families want them to be in an arranged marriage. Just think about that. So, in that case, do you honor what your family wants or do you go your own way and say, I'm not going to settle for an arranged marriage. I'm going to love who I want to love. But yeah, that still goes on too. So, again, how much control should family wield over you? So DK said, thank God my mom isn't that type. My mom is the type that understands that we didn't ask to be raised in a fucked up situation. I know that's right. Sarah said, yup, Destin. It's like that for us too. Random family members live with us for extended periods of time. Alex said, but actually my mom and dad's marriage was arranged. They are South Asian, Pakistani. They have since divorced. So how does that work with arranged marriages? Do they have to get permission to get divorced? Do you know, Alex? Ellie said, nobody is living in my house. That's all I know. I will rather pay their rent. Smart Smart said, is love an option? But yeah, some of us, and depending on where you are in the world, and even some places in this country, you're not as free as you could be. And sometimes it's your own family keeping you from being free. Alex said, and my mom was born and raised in Pakistan, and she sent money to her family in Pakistan while she raised my brother and I. Speaking of Pakistan, Alex, you making me think of this dude named Sonny. That wasn't his real name, but he had Sonny on his name tag. You know, he was Pakistani and he had the biggest crush on me. This was back when I was in my early 20s. It was this gas station that I used to go to, and it was run by Pakistanis. And this one guy, Sonny, he was kind of cute too. He would always like when I would come in there, he would have these lovey-dovey eyes, and he'd be like, well, I want to marry you, and he would be like, I'm gonna take you to my country and stuff. Yeah, that reminded me. He was kind of cute. It's funny how I remember his name, Sonny. All right. So yeah, so sometimes family is given so much priority that you get lost in the sauce. Alex said, no, in my parents' case, they didn't have to get permission, but they were married far longer than they should have been. They got divorced in 2020. Wow, so they're recently divorced. How did you feel about them getting divorced? Did you, so basically, obviously, you were basically like, it took long enough. And did that create a rift within the family? Like, if you got brothers and sisters, was everybody like upset about it? Alex said, yeah, we Pakistani guys can be cute. Yep. All right. So moving along, family, family, family. So again, family, cancer. And again, your concept of family might differ. So some people, when they hear the word family, they're just thinking about their nuclear family, mom, dad, and the kids. Other people, when they say family, they're thinking more extended family. So again, that would be aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, all that type of stuff. You got homes where it's extended family members living with each other. Sometimes they do that out of necessity in order to save money. I actually respect families like that because I'm like, damn, I wish I had it in me to like, just team up with family members and save money that way. But honestly, I don't have it. I need my own privacy. Alex said, I was the one as a child telling them they needed to get a divorce. No one was upset about it. Well, my grandparents, I think, were sad it didn't work out. And now my grandmother, dad's mom, wants him to get remarried. Yeah, I thought so. Get remarried to someone new when he's ready. She's the worst matchmaker. Nurse Tara said, I like the idea of generational living. Like we get a big ass house and everyone split the bill. Sounds lovely to me. Yeah, it sounds lovely in theory until you live with some of these people and you wanna wring their neck after a while. And again, I like my privacy too much. That's why I did say I would probably say five because of my kids, but now I'm gonna move it down to four in terms of how important family is. Because now I think about it, I like space and I like my privacy, even from my own family. All right. So keep in mind that Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, forms a natural square with Cancer. So one of the issues with this square, or one of the manifestations of this square, is where the family tends to take priority over the individual, right? With the individual being Aries and Cancer representing family. And just think about how Aries deals with the self, and Aries can be quite selfish, which is why it clashes with Cancer. Because with for a family to really operate as it should, you really can't have any selfish family members, right? Because they're going to upset that family dynamic. So this is one of the reasons why Aries and Cancer are in conflict with each other. Aries being the self and Cancer being the family. But sometimes the family shouldn't take priority over the individual. At least that's my belief. So one of the examples would be the case of an arranged marriage. So you grow up in a family where it's the tradition to have arranged marriages. But you got this square in your chart. Aries squaring Cancer. Let's say, to make it easy, let's say it's Mars in Aries squaring the moon in Cancer. And the moon in Cancer is representing your family. And hey Danny, according to tradition, everybody always had arranged marriages. But you got this square in your chart that's saying, why should I have to go along with what my family wants? What I want. Matter of fact, this reminds me of Coming to America. Remember the movie Coming to America with Eddie Murphy? Basically, he that movie was representing this square. Because remember, they were trying to have him marry that chick. She was like a princess. Because, arranged marriages, especially back in the day, it was all about um becoming allies, different nations and kingdoms becoming allies through marriages. But then the arranged marriage just started to be more on a personal level as time went on. But think about the movie Coming to America. Perfect example where Akeem, he was the prince of Zamunda, and he was going to get married to this princess from another tribe because that's what the father wanted. The father wanted that alliance between the kingdoms. But then Akeem, he was like, bark like a dog. Woof, arf, arf. Now bark like a big dog. Woof, woof, woof. So you mean to tell me, whatever I say to do, you'll do it. Now he didn't want that type of woman. Remember, he wanted a woman that aroused his intellect as well as his loins. Do you remember that? He didn't want an arranged marriage. So that's very much representing this Aries square Cancer, where Aries being I, the self, the individual, and Cancer being the family. So again, this is where you got to ask yourself, like, how important is family? Are you willing to negate your own individual needs and rights and wants for the sake of keeping your family happy? GK said, exactly. How can I take care of a family if I don't put myself first, right? Nurse Tara said, no, no in-laws, Kauai. Oh, you're responding to Kauai, but I'm all in your business anyway. You said, I'm thinking more like me, husband, and my kids, but then I have to think about their spouses. Guess I didn't think it through. Christina said, I have a Cancer Sun friend with North Node in Aries. His family relies on him for everything, financially, especially he is struggling with these two energies, pays everyone's bills. Man, screw that. Hell no. That couldn't be me. That could not be me. I would just be estranged from my family. I would move somewhere far away from them and they wouldn't be able to find me. But and this is also where it comes down to individual preferences and wants. Because some people want to be needed by their family. Some people want to be the hero of their family. They want to make these sacrifices. So it all depends on the type of person you are, what you really want in life. Because some people would rather pay all their family bills than not have a family at all. So I get it. I get it for some people. All right, so Cancer is your personal history, your lineage, your family tree. And it's so, I don't think people give your whole like lineage and your personal history and family tree enough credit. Like it basically dictates how your life is going to be. Your early beginnings, your upbringing, it dictates so much of how your life is going to be as an adult. And I don't think a lot of us take that into consideration enough. I mean, we're talking about your foundation here, your early start. So, a lot of people that didn't get early starts, can we really fault them if they can't make it through life? The ones that didn't get a good early start but still made it, these are extraordinary people and they should be commended. More than likely, they had some help along the way. But yeah, a lot of people that grow up in, struggle and poverty and just, you know, uh, poor family dynamic, a lot of times they're not going to be able to break free from that conditioning, which is very sad. And which is another question that I have about life on earth. Like, just think about it. The average person does not move far away from the place of birth. Yeah, it's more common nowadays, but even still, I think that still holds true where the average person doesn't stray too far away from their place of birth. And the average person is very conditioned by their upbringing. And it's very hard to break that conditioning. So, Cancer is the storyteller because history is just a collection of memories and stories. So you got two types of history. You got your personal history, which would include your family history, your lineage, your memories and stuff, and even people within, your culture. That would be Cancer. And then you got more so world history, which is more so in the Capricorn, and especially if we're talking about ancient history. But even with world history, a lot of that's dealing with Cancer as well. But keep in mind that, again, history is just a collection of memories and stories. That's all history is. And that is the essence of Cancer. Think about life in and of itself. Life is a story that has to be told. We all have our own individual stories that have to be told. And that's basically what life is. Life is a collection of stories. Now, Ellie said some people were dealt with the shittiest cards. Yup. It's like they don't even have a choice of free will. I believe there are plenty of people on this earth where they're really not operating with free will. Smart said, yep, the odds of getting out of poverty when born into it are very slim. It is indeed a cycle. And that just shows you the power of that Cancer energy. Because Cancer is a sign that will create this mirroring effect. It will create this pattern. It will create, again, it sets the foundation for everything to be built on top of. So if the foundation is weak, if the foundation is shaky, you really can't expect to be able to build a stable home on top of that foundation. And again, there are people that can, you know, break out of that cycle, break out of that pattern, but it's very, very hard. And again, usually it takes somebody on the outside of that family influence for them to be able to do it. Kauai said, I didn't realize Bill Gates and one of the founders of Google were in kind of an arranged marriage. I didn't know that either. DK said, my mom has South Node in Taurus, following their old family values, looking, that heart is always in the way, looking out for one another. But I told her, your family members are leeches. It took her almost going blind to see. Damn. Yeah, some family ain't worth saving or even wasting your time with. So, Cancer is the storyteller because history is just a collection of memories and stories. So, some of y'all might have heard of the term griot. Griot is an African term, which is basically very much Cancer. So, a griot is a West African historian, storyteller, praise singer, poet, and or musician. Griots are masters of communicating stories and history orally, which is an African tradition. So before written history came about, there was always oral history, and that is basically Cancer. So, and somebody when I posted that short about Charlie Murphy and I was saying Cancer is a storyteller, somebody did ask me, like, they were like, well, why isn't it Gemini or Virgo? And I was like, well, Gemini, that's information, that's communication, that's even writing in and of itself. But if we're talking about a story that's going to be told, that's Cancer, because Cancer is memories and also Cancer is your imagination. The memories, of course, that would be nonfiction. The imagination, that'd be where you get fiction. So, yes, Cancer is the storyteller. Gemini, yes, is the writer. But like I was telling her, someone with Mercury in Cancer could be a very good writer, especially if they're a Gemini sun and their Mercury is in Cancer. That could be one of the best writers, hands down. But again, think about stories are basically telling history, and that's Cancer. And anthropology. Anthropology is a area of study that is ruled by Cancer because anthropology is dealing with peoples and the history of peoples and populations. Hey, Blazing. Hey, you made it. All right. Let's talk about Cancer, the grave, and goats. Now, this part I'm looking forward to because I love talking about goats. Now, Cancer is your home, right? Is your home base. And Cancer also is the home base for the dead. So, Cancer is your home for both the living and the dead. When they say that your final resting place, that's why Cancer and the fourth house rules the grave. and therefore it also rules ghosts. Ghosts are basically remnants of their former self, which is so Cancer. You could even say, you've heard of shadow beings, Cancer, shadow. So, yes. So now I want to know, do you believe in ghosts? If you believe in ghosts, press 1. If you don't believe in ghosts, press 2. I'm pressing a 1 right now because I believe in ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Ah, hey, what happened? Hold on. One of my favorite movies of the 80s is Ghostbusters. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Ghostbuster! You gotta go. Hey, Lish, for a freaky ghost, you better come. Ghostbuster! That's my shit. I love that movie. I gotta watch it at least once a year. Because there's a lot of truth in that movie. Some of y'all don't believe in ghosts. And I'm wondering why. Why don't you believe in ghosts? Now we're going to ask this. If you've ever seen a ghost, press 7. If you ever seen a ghost, press 7. I'm going to press 7 because I've seen a ghost. Excuse me, I'm eating some candy right now because it's Cancer season. So I'll get my snack on a little bit. Yes, ancestors are ghosts. I'm not saying all ghosts are ancestors or all ancestors will be in ghost form, but basically it's the same thing. Cancer rules ancestors and it rules ghosts. So basically one and the same. Kawaii says spirit, yes, but not ghosts. Christina said only hitting 2, so they don't think I'm okay with seeing them. Nurse Tara said, I've never seen one, but I've definitely felt one. Interesting. Does feeling count? I would say yes, that counts. Oh, you said what candy? Let me tell you what I mean. I'm eating Nerds gummy clusters. My Aquarius daughter put me onto these when she came to visit a few months ago, and now I'm addicted. And I'm like, damn it. I always loved Nerds. So now they got these Nerds clusters where it's this gummy candy with the Nerds on the outside. The perfect texture for me. Because it got that crunch and then it got that chew. Mm. And then the flavor of the gummy is just so good. You like them too, Christina? Mm-hmm. Sarah said, I was scared by a ghost as a kid. My siblings saw it too. We saw wiggling fingers. That's scary. Coming out of the drain hole of a baby bathtub. Now that's scary. We were the only ones in the basement. Abdel said, I'm sorry, Abdelali said, never seen one, but had sleep paralysis numerous times. Those might have as well been demons. Yup. Keep in mind that ghosts and demons are different. They're not the same. So ghosts are ruled by Cancer, right? Demons, that's Scorpio. And then angels, that would be Pisces. So all 3 of the water signs, when you put those 3 water signs together, they create a grand trine. That water grand trine is basically the gateway to the spirit world. So if you had that water grand trine in your chart, like if you had a trine between planets in Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, that's like you have direct access to the other side. And you might be a natural psychic medium. Like dead people just coming to talk to you without you even wanting it to happen. But yeah, if you have a water grand trine like that, you probably gonna be like cold as a psychic. You're gonna be good. Very psychically sensitive, very intuitive. All right. So, do you believe in ghosts? Now, I want to share some of these stories that I already shared with my patron members from this YouTube channel called Wartime Stories. I love ghost stories. I love stories about like demons and possession and all that type of stuff. So I stumbled upon this channel a couple of weeks ago. And this channel, I love it because they're telling stories of military personnel. And one thing that I learned is that there's a lot of hauntings and paranormal activity going on these military bases, especially like in places like Hawaii, Arizona. What's another? I think Kentucky. Like a lot of military bases are haunted, but it makes sense, right? Because we're dealing with war. We're dealing with wrathful spirits that might have been killed in war. So yes. Sarah said, I have a water grand trine, Scorpio moon, Cancer, Mars, Jupiter, and Pisces. I've had a lot of strange experiences. Yup, because you have direct access to the other side. Mm-hmm. And then Ellie said, being a medium kind of sucks. Imagine these things coming to you and never leaving you alone. Exactly. I wouldn't want to be that full on like that. Nurse Tara said, I was just going to say the same thing, DK. I work in a nursing home. You'll definitely see or feel or see them. Oh, that's right, Tara, you do. Yeah, I know you got some stories. So, real quick, I'm going to share some stories from this video. The video is called They Actually Banned Ouija Boards Because of This. Now, this video is about stories from the Marines. You know, the Marines, that's a branch of the military, where they're telling these stories about playing with the Ouija board. Now, for some reason, the Ouija board is very popular with military personnel, especially when they're in boot camp basic training. So the video was interesting, but what was even more interesting was the comments under the video. So I'm going to share some of these, and then we can vote on if we believe this story to be true or if these people are blowing smoke up our asses. Now, most of the comments I've read so far, I believe their stories are true. So we're going to start with Snowdrop Pilla. So Snowdrop Pilla said, I'm not a believer in any of this stuff, but there is just something about the Ouija board. I built a board when I was 12, a pretty little thing. And as the glues and decorations were drying, I thought I would use the board the next morning once it's dry. That night, I had the most terrifying nightmare. Woke up completely drenched in sweat. I dreamt that I used the board as planned in the morning, basically dreaming into the future, and all hell broke loose in my house after using it. There were fights, arguments, tears, exhaustion in my family because of it, until we eventually had to pack up and leave. Then I woke up, threw that damn thing out, never thought about using a Ouija board again. Now, that's not really a ghost story. I believe it was just her higher self warning her about the Ouija board. Now, here's another story. This is by Xer Zero Hack. This is kind of long. So, true story. My mom used to tell me about why I should never touch a Ouija board. Way before I was born, so probably mid 80s, she was at a sleepover with her friends, and the friends whose house they stayed at had a Ouija board. The girls played with the board, asking it questions, and it was moving and answering things. My mom didn't believe it and asked her friends which one of them were moving it, and they all adamantly denied the accusation. So one of the questions eventually asked by the group of friends was, what boy at school does Anna, who was her mom, like? And it slowly spelled out the name of one of the girl's brothers. My mom was hit with a shock because she had never told anybody about her crush, and nobody had ever brought it up to her or asked her about it, so she didn't understand how they could know that, even if they were messing with her. The friend who was the sister of her crush stood up angrily and shouted, Anna, is that true? You like my brother? My mom couldn't even answer because she was still so surprised. The whole rest of the sleepover was apparently ruined because that girl never got over the fact that my mom likes her brother and she was never her friend again. But that's not the end of the story. See, when this part was first told to me, I was like, well, it could have been just one of her friends taking her best guess at it. Maybe they saw you looking at the boy too often and were just messing around. But then she tells me about what happened after she came from the sleepover. The night after she had come home from the sleepover, she's in her room falling asleep when she starts hearing a scratching sound on the glass of her window. Then the scratch turns into a deliberately spaced tap. My mom at this point was getting scared because her, my grandmother, and my aunt all slept upstairs on the second story. So what the fuck? So just as my mom was getting spooked, suddenly she heard in what she describes as an evil, raspy whisper of a voice, Anna, Anna. In her words, she fucking leaped from her bed and in one stride, literally only touching the ground, once hopped from her bed to my grandmother's room, which was directly across the hall from her bedroom, and jumped in the bed. Once she was in the bed, she noticed my aunt was already in the bed with my grandmother. My aunt says to her, "You heard it too?" My grandmother had already been woken up by my aunt who told her the same story. So they all. Damn, I lost my place. Hold on. Damn. Well, that was basically the end of it. I scrolled too fast. Let me try to find that part. But basically, I said the most of most of the story. Okay, here it is. So they all okay. So they all prayed together and went to sleep. And that is an honest to God true story my mom has sworn by for the last 20 plus years of my life. Do I believe her? Hell yeah. I ended up buying a Ouija board when I was about 17 to see for myself if it was true. It didn't work for me. A few months later, I show it to her like, "You lied. This didn't work." And her face drained of blood instantly and she was pissed. I brought that thing into her house and told me to throw it away now. So I did. And that solidified the story for me, even though I had already believed it. So, yeah, do y'all believe that story? There was another one too that I want to read. If you believe that story, press 1. If you think it's bullshit, press 2. I gotta find the one with the it was another sleepover with these girls. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. All right, the scratching sounds at the window. One, so I'm seeing ones. Okay. All right, I'll read this next one. All right, this is by SD705. Back in 1973-ish, I was 8 years old and my older brother was 11. He was hell bent on getting a Ouija board. My mother found out his wishes to do so, and they argued for a while about it. She ultimately told him he was forbidden from ever bringing a Ouija board into her home. This was the early 70s, and we lived out in the country, so going to the store was a rather infrequent event. A few weeks later, my brother was visiting with cousins, and he got a cousin to buy one for him and bring it over. My brother was showing me his new Ouija board, pulling it out of the box and running the planchette around it. I began chastising him for having it, going on and on about how mom was going to kill him. He kept saying it was just a game. We got into a rather loud argument about it, and we moved about the room while doing so. While my brother was in a rather long rant about it being harmless, the planchette rose into the air about 6 inches above the board and then flew right at me. It missed me by inches and crashed into the bedroom wall behind me. Both my brother and I freaked. He gathered up the board and ran outside and stuffed it into the bottom of a trash can we used to burn paper and scrap waste. My brother never ever discussed this afterwards. I terrified him. I, on the other hand, was somewhat proud of being proven right. You don't mess with things you don't understand. I believe that story wholeheartedly. Number one, I didn't see this happen, but my daughter was there when she saw it happen. Like, my daughter was, I think I told this story. My daughter was at a neighbor's house, and this was right after I gave this neighbor a reading because the neighbor thought she had a demon attached to her. And I'm doing a reading for her. That devil card comes up, and I'm like, oh yeah. I was like, you definitely got some type of demonic presence around you. And then I said, matter of fact, now that we did this reading, this spirit is going to show itself to you. It's going to start acting out even more. So I said, watch out. So I don't know why I like, because this woman had kids. So my kids already knew her kids and they would play together. So later on that day, my daughter goes over to this woman's house and they're all sitting at the table. And my daughter said out of nowhere, like the woman, she had a jar, or it was like a cup of, you have your ponytail holders and stuff, barrettes and stuff that, she used for her kids' hair. So in the midst of them talking, my daughter said that the container lifted up into the air and flipped over and all the stuff spilled out. Now, how do you explain that? And I know my daughter didn't lie. My daughter don't lie about stuff like that. And my daughter has experienced a lot of paranormal activity being a Pisces rising. She got Mercury conjunct Saturn and Pisces in her 12th house. She got a 12th house Aquarius stellium as well. She There used to be a ghost at one of her jobs that she told me about, and she actually took a picture of the ghost. Matter of fact, I'm gonna contact her tomorrow and ask her if she still has that picture. I bet she doesn't. She probably doesn't have the same phone anymore. But I remember her sending me a picture of the freaking ghost that would haunt the job that she worked at. And they became familiar with this ghost, but one night she said that the ghost was, it was this, supposedly, like, according to the picture, it looked like a black man, but it wasn't a full image. It was like it's hard to explain, but he was kind of like a little transparent, but you could see his face. It was like you could see the profile of him. When I tell you ghosts are real, they are real, because when two people can see the same thing at the same time, that's how you know that shit's real. Like, how can two people be hallucinating at this about the same thing at the same time? So whether you want to call them ghosts or apparitions or spirits, sometimes they're demons. There's more to the unseen than we really would like to believe. It really is. All right, moving on. I'm going to read a couple of more stories. All right, let's find a good one. Okay, here's one. This is by RCD Trader. My dad told me a Ouija board story. He said when his siblings and him were children, they had a Ouija board and it created paranormal activity in their home. The paranormal activity is a long story, so I won't get into that. His father burned the Ouija board in a campfire in the backyard. It appeared back in the house the next morning and the paranormal activity continued. Again, this is a secondhand account. I wasn't there. Now, that's one of the things I have a hard time believing, because there are stories of people who have burnt the Ouija board and said that the Ouija board was back on their bed the next day. Now, that I find hard to believe, but I can't totally discount it because this world is full of freaky stuff. So I have to give some type of credence to what that is. And I told this story before, but I don't know if a lot of y'all remember it. But when I was in junior high, I was briefly talking to this guy. Like, he had this crush on me. So I remember we exchanged numbers and stuff. And I think I was like in the eighth grade. And his name was Raymond. And Raymond, he told me that he messed with the Ouija board. And he said that that Ouija board messed him up so much that he said the Ouija board started telling him stuff like, you need to worship Satan instead of God. And if you have a Bible, you need to burn the Bible. So he burned the Bible. And he said he started, mind you, this is back in like what, 1988, 89. And he's only like maybe 13, 14 telling me this. So I know he wasn't making this shit up. And he started to like lose his mind. And then finally, like he was asking people what he could do, and somebody finally said, burn it. So he burnt the Ouija board, and then he started to attend church with his grandmother. And then supposedly, the demons went away or whatever. But when he told me that story, I was like, I will not be messing with that dude. I think that was the last time I talked to him on the phone. I was like, I am not. Nope. So, yeah, let me read a couple of more stories. Let's see. My son was on Lejeune, Camp Lejeune. That's a military base. In 2014-15. I'll have to ask him about this. He and another Marine had an apartment near Lejeune for a short time because that place was haunted. Both men were attacked. My son calls me yelling that something is in their apartment throwing things at them. Do you think she's lying about that? I don't think a mother would lie about something that her son calls her about. Here's another one. Squint77 says, I can absolutely confirm that Ouija boards seem to have bad things associated with them. Back in 1998, I moved in with a girl. She was into the occult, and I had an interest too. And so we started playing with the Ouija. The things that began to happen around the house over the next several months are too numerous to detail here. All I know is that zero paranormal activity was happening in my life prior to using the board. And then after using it, I, along with her and her friend, all experienced things both together and separately that to this day, 27 years later, I still can't explain. By the way, I was a skeptic then, and I am one now, but I can't deny what happened to us all those years ago. I don't know if our collective consciousness influenced reality around us or not. No idea if what happened to us was paranormal, but it absolutely seemed paranormal. Okay, here's another story. While I was stationed in Hawaii, my unit was on a field op on the Big Island. Oh, I got a story to tell y'all about Hawaii too. One of our brand new juniors was a road guard out by himself with a radio. After a bit, he called on the radio and said there was something in the dark on the road. What we asked what it was. He said he didn't know, but it was big and growled. Understand it is dark as hell up on those mountains, and we couldn't use our white lights because of the helicopters using MVDs. I knew what was going on. There are big flocks of wild goats out there. They make weird noises. So I went out to him and asked him what it was he saw. He told me again it was big, black, and growling. I handed him my K-bar knife and said I'd seen them before. They're fast, move in packs, but if you face them, they back down. He proceeded to have the most terrifying night of his life, squaring up and screaming at goats all night. The rest of us were dying of laughter listening to him. I told him in the morning it was just goats and explained it all. He was pissed. So this is a skeptic, obviously. This ain't even a ghost story. All right, this is the last one I'll read. Okay, some nurses I know played with the board, and the room they played in became unnaturally chilled. One of my friends kept having awful nightmares just after that. The unnatural chill slowly spread from one room to the next until someone did a spiritual clearing or cleansing on that place. Another friend of mine who is spiritually powerful has been asked to come to homes with poltergeist activity after Ouija boards have been used. So just think long and hard before using a Ouija board because Yeah, you could get much more than what you bargained for. Now, there's some places that are just more haunted than others. Hawaii is one of those places where you're going to encounter a lot of paranormal activity. Case in point, I didn't really experience anything super freaky when I was in Hawaii, but I felt like I felt spirits around me. Namely, when I went to the Pearl Harbor Monument. So, when you're going to the Pearl Harbor Monument, it's in the middle of the ocean. Like it's in water because these are ships that have been sunk from the war. So they're dead bodies still down in these ships. When we were on the boat going to the memorial center, the water the water is hypnotic. The water in Hawaii looks like water that would be in a pool. Like it's like turquoise blue. It's crystal clear, as much as it can because it's blue, but it's hypnotic. Like I remember being on that boat and I had to stop looking at the water because I felt like something was trying to get me to jump in. Like I felt like you ever hear of sirens and mermaids, how they basically trick people to jump in the water and then they drown them? That's what I felt. I felt that energy like something was pulling me because I remember just being mesmerized by the water. And I remember feeling like this pull, like something wanted me to just jump in. But I think that was the spirits of the soldiers who died in the war in Pearl Harbor. And Hawaii alone, like at night when you are like, because I remember being at this hotel resort, and at night, like there was these little lagoons of water all around the resort. And there was one area where it wasn't very lit and it was at night. And I remember looking at some of these little lagoons and they would be pitch black. Like I've never seen water so black against the night sky. It was scary, y'all. It just looked like a black hole in the ground, but you knew it was water. But because there was no lights around except for the moonlight, you're seeing the darkness of night, but then you're seeing this little body of water that is as black as black. It just looked like black holes, and the water wasn't moving. It was just weird. I can't even like. All I know is I had to get out of there because I felt like something evil was gonna come up out of that black water. Bunny said, "All water does that to me too. I hate it. I try not to look at water very too long." Well, there's spirits in the water. There's water spirits. So yeah, Alex said New Orleans definitely is full of ghosts and spirit. Oh hell yeah, that's one of the hot spots for hauntings, paranormal activity. It's a portal. I was born and raised in New Orleans. Oh yeah, so you should know. I haven't been to New Orleans yet. I've been in New Louisiana briefly, Shreveport, but I know that's nothing like New Orleans. But yeah, there's places all over. And then we could talk about Sasquatch, Bigfoot, the abominable snowman, the Yeti, those hairy humanoid like creatures. Let's take a poll with that. If you believe in Bigfoot or Sasquatch or Yetis, press 1. If you believe that those type of beings exist, if you believe that they don't exist and that it's just humans and animals on this earth, press 2. If you believe in Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Yetis, press 1. If you don't, press 2. I'm pressing 1 because I believe in these beings. I believe that they're still on this earth. Just this past week, I was listening to videos about Sasquatch. And basically, these are very primitive humanoid type of people that are covered in hair. And it makes me think of there's some Mexicans that have that disorder where they have hair all over their face. So I'm thinking maybe they are part of that lineage. And these beings are reported to be seen throughout different places in the world, throughout the world. America, Canada. I haven't really heard of any stories about South America, but I'm pretty sure they exist down there too. The Himalayas, the Tibetans and the Nepalese, they talk about these yetis that they see. The Loch Ness Monster, that's another one to consider. You know, with cancer ruling stories, we also have to take into account that cancer rules legends. So, urban legends. So, y'all can feel free to share your ghost stories. But again, remember water, strong spiritual component. So there's going to be water spirits. There's going to be spirits in lakes. And I was telling one of my students tonight, before this live stream, I was talking about how lakes, they kind of scare me more than Yetis are like Sasquatch, but they just live like in cold areas, like where the Himalayas are. But I was talking to I was talking to one of my students tonight, and I was telling her, I was like, I find lakes to be scarier than oceans a lot of times, especially those huge lakes, like the Great Lakes in the United States, like Lake Michigan, Lake Superior, Lake Erie. Like, I wouldn't want to be caught in one of those lakes. And what's that lake? I think it's in Georgia where people just be drowning in that lake. Please let y'all, I know somebody in this chat knows about that lake. I think it's in Georgia where a lot of people have drowned in that lake. And I think it has a history where it was a black town that got flooded purposely. Lake Lanier. I think that's it, right, Sam? I think that's the haunted lake, Lake Lanier. Thank you. That's the one I'm speaking about. Yes. Yes. So that look, let me pull up that story real quick. Lake Lanier. We're gonna have to have a little, because I'm telling you, this stuff is real. There's ghosts in that lake and they will drown people. Okay, so I'm putting Lake Lanier, history, depths, haunted. Okay, Lake Lanier depths, the haunted history of this Georgia, the haunted history of this Georgia lake. Inside the 700 deaths at Georgia's Lake Lanier, from tragic drownings to freak electrocutions. Wow. Now it says since Lake Lanier was created in 1956, an estimated 700 victims have died in its waters. And some people even believe this reservoir is cursed. Oh, hell yeah. I believe bodies of water can be cursed, can be haunted. Since its construction in 1956, there have been an estimated 700 deaths at Lake Lanier. More than 200 of those have occurred since 1994. Wow. And that number only continues to rise. These Lake Lanier deaths have led to speculation that the reservoir may be haunted or cursed. Even ignoring these paranormal explanations, however, it is just shocking just how many people have died at Lake Lanier. What is it about this body of water in particular that makes it so deadly? So, Lake Lanier is a man made reservoir in Georgia. The fact that it's man made, that alone is suspect. So, Lake Lanier is a man made reservoir in Georgia, and the ruins of a town once known as Oscarville sit beneath its surface. See, that alone, the ruins of a town is sitting at the bottom of this lake, hence the lake being haunted. So, the ruins of a town once known as Oscarville sit beneath its surface. So basically, the lake is a graveyard, and we know graveyards can be haunted. Still complete with intact streets. Look, I'm gonna repeat this. Y'all gotta hear this shit. If you don't believe in ghosts, maybe this will convince you. Let me repeat this again. Lake Lanier is a man-made reservoir in Georgia, and the ruins of a town once known as Oscarville sit beneath its surface, still complete with intact streets, businesses, and homes. These structures may entrap swimmers and divers, causing them to drown. The underwater ruins only explain some of the deaths, however. There have also been dozens of freak accidents, boat fires, missing people, and other tragedies at the reservoir, which makes the mystery of the Lake Lanier deaths all the more complicated. So, real quick, the dark history of Lake Lanier. Lake Lanier was created in 1956 when the United States Army Corps of Engineers built the Beaufort Dam to make a reservoir that would provide water to Atlanta and other surrounding areas. Lake Lanier was also meant to prevent flooding in the Chattahoochee River. However, While the intention was to help the people who lived in the region, the execution had the opposite effect. Rather than constructing the lake in a large uninhabited area, the government instead forced residents from the town of Oscarville and flooded it. And these residents were primarily black. The resulting reservoir was named after the Confederate poet Sidney Lanier, even though Oscarville had once been a bustling black community. So the lake is named after a Confederate. His name is Sidney Lanier. So even the name is cursed. In 1912, more than 40 years before Lake Lanier was created, the rape and murder of a young woman named Meg Crow in Oscarville led to the arrest of three young black men. One of them, Rob Edwards, was lynched by a violent mob. The other two, Ernest Knox and Oscar Daniel, were convicted by an all white jury and hanged in front of a crowd of up to 8,000 spectators. While it is widely believed today that these young men were innocent, the trials marked a significant turning point for race relations in Forsyth County. White mobs known as Night Riders began to chase black residents out of the county, burning their churches and businesses. According to the Atlanta History Center, the 1910 census recorded 1,098 black residents in Forsyth County. By 1920, there were only 30. Wow. White citizens seized the property of those who fled, and over the following decades, the government began buying up the land. Cancer rules land, too. Oscarville effectively became a ghost town. After the 250 families who remained were forced out for the lake's construction, the Army Corps of Engineers didn't even bother to demolish Oscarville. They simply flooded the area, and the remnants of the town still rest at the bottom of the lake to this day. At the time, they didn't believe this would cause any problems. After all, Lake Lanier was only meant to supply water to other towns and cities in Georgia. But as more and more people began to visit the lake recreationally, it proved just how wrong the Army Corps of Engineers had been. That's a deep story. Now, that is a lake with history. That's cancer all day. That lake is haunted. You can't convince me it's not. Let me see what y'all are saying. Jupiter going wild. Hey, Jupiter, you said the siren mermaids call them in the water. Yup, that's what I was talking about. Bunny said, never been to Lanier, but I have been to Lake Alatuna. It's another lake near Lanier. Went to Alatuna once. It was that lake deep as hell, 40 feet deep and up. That's scary. Those deep lakes scare the mess out of me. All right, let me go back, see what you're saying. So Sam started it off. He said, like Lake Lanier, yes. And then Majestic Girl says Lanier. And then Jupiter Going Wild said Appalachia is an open portal. Christine said it too, Lake Lanier. And then Dark said, no, that episode of Finding Bigfoot where the old lady was driving by and said she saw Bigfoot looking inside someone's vacant trailer. That's scary. Christina said Lake Lanier. Sam, that lake is definitely haunted. Lish said, Child, Lake Lanier, where I'm at. Mm-hmm. Kawhi said, Lake Lanier. Bunny, Lake Lanier. Smart, smart. So y'all know this is an infamous lake. Oscarville is under there. So you said it before I even read it, DK. Smart, smart, Lanier. Dr. Ken. Hey, Dr. Ken. Yeah, people always die there. Alex Kahn said, what was the lake that Naya Rivera from Glee drowned in? Was that in Miami somewhere? I'm not sure. Bunny said the town was called Oscarville. Sam, yep, I'm never getting into that lake. Nope. Blazing Black Dolphin, Lake Lanier. Tell me all about it. Dr. Ken, that's where Usher's stepson died. Really? Wow. That's crazy. Tracism, Lanier. Kauai Honey said a boat caught fire recently on Lake Lanier. Christina, I heard a few years ago that they were thinking of putting an amusement park on that site. Well, that would be a mistake. Cynthia said, ancestors, get them. Well, that's what it sounds like is happening. Blazing Black Dolphin said, what about the movie The Fog? You think that could be based off a true story? I always wanted to see The Fog, but never gave it the time of day, but maybe I should watch it now that you said that. There might be some truth to that too. Sam said something just happened on Lake Lanier like a couple of days ago. So people are still going on that lake. I would avoid that shit like the plague. Yes, 700 people have lost their lives on that lake. Come on now. Sarah said, I don't know why people would keep going there again. Yeah, but there's something about that water that be calling people. Ellie said, freak electrocution, right? Lish said, a couple of people died this year as well. Sadly, damn. People need to just stay out of that lake. Alex said, look up Lake Piru too. That's where Naya Rivera from Glee drowned. Lake Piru. Is that a known to be a haunted lake? Let's see. But like I said, lakes they scare me more than oceans. I guess because with lakes it's not really running water, and lakes they can run deep, and you can't float as easily in a lake as you can in salt water. I think there are some saltwater lakes, but they're mostly fresh water. And if you fall in fresh water, you better damn know how to swim because you're gonna drown like easily. Lake Piru. Piru, is it Piru? So this is a reservoir too, which tells me it's man-made, a man-made lake, I guess. Let me look up the images. It's a beautiful lake, but it looks deep as hell. Oh my God, let's see how deep it is. Yeah, lakes be scaring me. But I used to swim in a lake as a little kid. In this town we lived in, they had a lake. It was a man-made lake that, during the summertime, people would go there to swim. You couldn't catch me dead in a lake nowadays. I don't know what my parents were thinking having us swimming in a dirty ass lake, but that was the thing back in the day. And I remember the water being like this brownish, like copper color water. And I distinctly remember the smell of that lake water. Oh, they got a fancy website, this Lake Piru. I'm just trying to find out how deep it is. Where's Wikipedia? They're talking about TripAdvisor, Lake Piru, what you need to know before you go. Don't worry, I won't be going. Yeah, you would think Wikipedia, but anyway, let me move on. Exactly, Majestic. Lakes have brain-eating amoebas. That's why you won't catch me in a lake. Not at my age. But yeah, when I was young, we used to swim in lakes. Jupiter said Lake Erie water is nasty and dirty. It's hard. Ellie said, "What that lake water smell like?" It's hard to explain. It doesn't stink, and it doesn't smell like fish. You know how some oceans, like when you get near the beach, you can smell like that sea life. It doesn't smell like that, but it definitely smells like water that has been like sitting. Like think about how rainwater smells, and think about like if you had a bunch of it just sitting in a tub somewhere, and then you put some copper up in there. That's what the lake's water smells like to me. Like rainwater combined with copper. That's the best way I can describe it. Okay, thank you, quite. Yo, Lake Piru is 130 feet deep. Oh, that's scary. That is scary. Alex said the reservoir is widely known for celebrity incidents. In 1999, actor Harrison Ford crashed his helicopter by the lake. And in 2020, actress Naya Rivera died by drowning. Several other people have drowned in the lake as well. Due to these incidents, swimming at the lake is permanently banned. Well, thank God for that. So it doesn't smell like sewer water, but again, it's hard. It has a strong mineral smell, that lake water to me. So that's why I'm saying copper. Or like you can even, it's like kind of metallic mineral type of smell. So yeah, there could be spirits. All of these areas could be haunted with water spirits, lakes, rivers, seas, beaches, even. So you got to be careful. So again, cancerous stories. So we have to include legends, urban legends. So let's talk about some of the urban legends that we know about. We have Bloody Mary. I remember my friend tried to scare me with the Bloody Mary when we were when I was I would think I was a preteen, maybe 11 or 12, And then she did this horrible prank, and I was so scared that I went to my friend's church that night because I thought my house was haunted because she wanted to tack my purse up on the ceiling. So yeah, that scared the mess out of me. But yeah, let's talk about some of these urban legends. Do you believe in some of these urban legends? So some of these urban legends that you know about Bloody Mary, you look into a mirror, turn off the lights, and you say Bloody Mary 3 times. I'm not sure if that is true, but I will not do that. I'm not tempting the spirits. I'm not going to tempt Bloody Mary. And then, you have the Candyman. Candyman had a whole series of movies. The lead actor in Candyman, the guy that played Candyman, he died last year, didn't he, Tony Todd? Yeah, I was kind of sad seeing him die. You have La Llorona. Lorena. Am I pronouncing that right? La Lorena. That's like the Latina grandmother or mother that's looking for her drowned kids. She usually be hanging around like lakes. And then you got the Flying Dutchman, which is the sailor or pirate. It's like a lost ship, ghost ship that people will see every now and then at sea. And then in Arizona, you have the legend of the Lost Dutchman. This man that went hiking in the Superstition Mountains, he got lost, and people claim to hear his ghost and see his ghost. La Llorona. Yeah, Christina said, I did do Bloody Mary. I saw something in the mirror. What did you see? Oh my God, you were brave to do that. I could never. I'm too scared. Jupiter said, my natal chart is dominated by water. Yes, I know. Bunny said, I half did it as a kid. I said Bloody Mary so fast and turned the light on immediately. Alex said, laughing my ass off. I remember watching the movie in theaters and saying that was beautiful back then. That Candyman was beautiful? Oh, for La Laurent. He was so scary, Christina said. Oh my God. So yeah, we have different urban legends that have been passed down from generation to generation. Have y'all ever heard this? There's some people that believe that you shouldn't whistle at night. Did you ever hear that? Y'all feel free to share any urban legends that I didn't mention that were told to you when you were growing up, or even, as an adult, if somebody told you about something. But yeah, some people believe that you shouldn't whistle at night because you're going to be calling forth some spirits. So I don't know if anybody ever heard that. And it's the southern country, it's the southern states in particular in this country that are still very much steeped in these old wives' tales, this folklore, the urban legends, and all that. Sam said, I believe that Robert Johnson legend, where he sold his soul to the devil because he wanted to know how to play the guitar. Ellie said, when I was a kid, me and my friend were talking about Bloody Mary, and suddenly the light bulb was bright red and then exploded out of nowhere. I'm serious. I believe you. I believe you, Ellie, because I have an experience with an exploding light bulb too. And I believe it was paranormal activity. That's crazy that the light bulb was bright red. But I believe you. That's why I don't play around with stuff like that. Jupiter said, I heard whistling at night will invite spirits to your house. Yes, I was just talking about that. Kawaii said, Japanese folklore has Kushisaki Onna ghost of vengeful woman. Yup. And then Sarah said, my culture believes if you hear a dog barking at night, they're barking at a jinn. Wow. Christina just said, just a dark figure. I ran out. It was me and my friend at the after school program in elementary school. So that's when you was playing around with Bloody Mary. Lish said, I'm about to whistle now, see what happens. Girl, you crazy. You better than me because I'm not testing it. Christina said, say less. I will never whistle again. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's a bunch of like folklore and urban legends and old wives' tales that people have been carrying from passing down from generation to generation. All right, and then folklore that's Cancer. Bermuda Triangle. Again, we're talking about water and these water spirits. How about all these stories about the Bermuda Triangle, ships and planes just disappearing, never to be found again? Do y'all believe in that? And how come we really don't hear these stories anymore about the Bermuda Triangle? Are the ships and planes just avoiding that area altogether, or has the paranormal activity just died down? But again, you see the common denominator. We're talking about water energy with the Bermuda Triangle. Kauai said you are never supposed to whistle near a graveyard. Ellie said La Ciguapa is a perfect legend because it talks about a native woman and is a folklore story too. Yeah, I'm scared of the Bermuda Triangle too. Ellie said, I think the activity died down. But yeah, that's something else to consider. Bermuda Triangle with that, like it could be a maybe a congregation of water spirits just trying to exact vengeance upon people. Maybe they got beef. Lish said, I was so scared when we went on a cruise to Bermuda. I just knew we were going to disappear. Yeah, I don't know about taking a cruise to Bermuda because I'm like, that might be the last cruise I take. So Nurse Tara said Bermuda is beautiful, is a beautiful island. Been there 4 times. Well, damn, let me catch up to you, Tara. I gotta catch up to y'all. I gotta now I'm gonna have to book a cruise to Bermuda since it's beautiful. I'm gonna have to get over my fear. Oh yes, what about the urban legend about the black-eyed children? Now I never came across one, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're out there. Christina said, how come they don't put a no-fly zone over there, right? Or maybe there is one now and they just don't talk about it. How about the number 13? People, now this is, a superstition, but you can include superstitions in urban legends and folklore. But the number 13, businesses are still very superstitious about the number 13 because there's a lot of places that don't even have the 13th floor. On cruise ships, they don't have the 13th deck. Why are people still very wary about that number 13 if none of this stuff is real? You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. 13 is the number of death. This is why they don't like to put the 13th floor on elevators. This is why cruise ships don't have the 13th deck. They, even to this day in 2025, they are still very much about these urban legends, superstitions, all of this stuff. And probably for a good reason. Probably they, before they even got smart about that 13, they probably started having 13 floors and buildings and stuff, and messed up shit was happening probably all over the place. Ellie said 13 is a cute number. Yes, remember Friday the 13th, another urban legend. Kauai said in China 444 is a cursed number. I think in Japan they don't like the number 4 either. It's considered to be a cursed number. Alex said, oh, you're talking to Sarah. You said, oh, damn, like becoming so obsessed with you that they possess you. Bunny said, I definitely believe that lore behind the number 13, especially because of numerology. And the Japanese don't like the number 4. Yep, I was just saying that. Dr. Ken said, I was born on the 13th. Ellie said, we were 13th when you started the live. Oh, yeah. And today's the 14th now. It's already after midnight. Let me hurry up and wrap this up. So I was going to get into something else after I talk about this cancer energy, but I'm going to have to save it for another live stream. All right. Now we're going to get into the part about why cancer can be very ghetto. Now hear me out, because I know some people find this to be a touchy subject. Nobody wants their sign to be called out as ghetto, but it is what it is. Now, I'm not saying cancer is ghetto per se, but I said that it's one of the signs that has the potential to be very ghetto. Now, so the reason why cancer has the potential to be very ghetto is that cancer can be too conditioned by their upbringing. So if their upbringing was ghetto, they are likely to reflect that. So again, remember what I said earlier on. Cancer is your foundation, it's your early upbringing, it's basically your early conditioning. And that is very hard to break. Just think about it. Can you really separate water? It's hard to separate water. You need a dam. That's why they create dams and stuff to, separate waters. But just think about it. Like, it's not easy to break that conditioning from your early life. So, again, it's like that cycle just perpetuates. And with cancer, yeah, if being ghetto is all you know, then you're likely to continue to be ghetto. And also, what's very ghetto about cancer, or can be, is that everything is based upon feeling and emotion. And if you're trying to rise above the ghetto mindset, you really do need to have some sort of a rational mind and a logical mind. But cancer knows nothing about logic and rationality because cancer is all feeling, cancer is pure emotion. So, yes, ghetto people tend to be acting based on their emotions, based on how they feel, even if they what they feel is irrational and how they feel could get them into trouble, could even result in a loss of life, they're going to do it, right? Yes, Jim Jones is a perfect example of a ghetto cancer. I'm glad you mentioned him because I was about to forget him. But remember how I posted that short with Jim Jones and him wearing the fake ice and all that? Somebody had said in the comments it's not diamonds, he got moissanite on. And I was like, I had to look on moissanite and I'm like, yeah, they do use moissanite to mimic diamonds. So he probably did have moissanite on. But anyway, yes, Jim Jones would be a perfect example of the ghetto type of cancer. Like, you totally conditioned by your early upbringing. You don't see no other way. You don't see anything wrong with that type of life. Now, I'm not saying that ghetto people are wrong in who they are. You got your ghetto people and you got people of other stations in life. So I'm not saying this to look down on people who are ghetto. It just is what it is. Also, lacking emotional intelligence, not knowing how to regulate your emotions. That's more so on the cancer end as well. If you notice, if you deal with ghetto people are very emotional. They're too emotional. They get worked up over little stuff like, they didn't get ketchup for their fries. Um, they didn't get the cheeseburger with their meal, so now they're about to jump over the counter and strangle the McDonald's worker. You got sent home because you weren't doing your job right. Now you want to go back and stab your manager like the chick did recently. Charlemagne the guy, he's another one. Yeah. So lacking emotional intelligence is another one. And these terms are basically representing ghetto cancer. Like, when you think about ghetto and cancer, think about these terms. You've heard of the term country bumpkin. Now let me go back. Some of these terms are derogatory and some might hurt a little bit, but I'm not calling nobody in this chat this. But we've all heard these terms being thrown around, and I'm just trying to drive the point home about what I mean about cancer has the potential to be ghetto. So you've heard terms like this being called a country bumpkin. That means you're too conditioned by your small little sphere of influence, your early upbringing, growing up in the country, being called ghetto naturally. Geechee. Have you heard that term, Geechee? That is specifically to describe blacks who are from the South, who know nothing but the South, the deep South, the dirty South, especially from areas like South Carolina in particular, because that's the Gullah area. That's where these Geechee Gullah people, which they came from Africa and they maintain some strong African influences. There's actually this island. I don't know if y'all remember, there used to be this little show back in the day on Nickelodeon called Gullah Gullah Island. My daughter used to love that show. Come and let's play together in the bright sunny weather. Let's go, look, go to Gullah Island. Gullah Gullah. But yes, so back in the day, the more uppity blacks, if they wanted to insult a so-called ghetto black or a black that didn't wasn't uppity or bougie, they might call them Geechee. So that was a derogatory term to represent somebody that is too conditioned by their early environment, their upbringing. The term mammy, that's cancer. Buffoon, spook. They used to call us spooks. Spook, that's another word for ghost. Think about it. Cancer, race, ghosts, spooks. They call black people spooks because they said that we were scary. Like we were scared of everything. But that is a cancer trait. To be very scared of things that you're not familiar with. To be scared of things that you don't understand. The term Pookie and Ray Ray, y'all have heard that. Most of y'all, I'm sure, have heard that terminology. When a person says, oh yeah, the Pookie and Ray Rays, they're talking about cancer ghetto energy. Because Pookie and Ray Ray, these are classic figures that you're going to find in the ghetto. And again, Dirty South, that's very cancer. Redneck. So we're going to move over from the black people predominantly. Now we're going to go into white territory because white people aren't excluded when it comes to being ghetto. So for on the white end, we would have your rednecks, right? We would have your hillbillies, your poor white trash, your trailer trash, and then all across the board, gangs are included in the whole ghetto type of lifestyle as well. So again, these terms we might find to be offensive, but these are all cancer related terms that are is basically representing people that are very conditioned by their local environment, by their early upbringing, by their culture, that whole insular thing. And yeah, these are people that have a hard time making it in the outside world. Case in point, one of my favorite movies. Thank you, Kay Blau, for your super chat. You said you were absolutely brilliant the way you were breaking this down. Thank you so much. Thank you. But as you can see, I'm passionate about this stuff. So one of my favorite movies is called A Soldier Story. Mike Tyson is a cancer. And you could tell he's a cancer. Yes, Post Malone is a cancer too. Why did they hide that comment? Um, but if you haven't seen the movie A Soldier Story, and I remember I showed it for one of my watch parties on Patreon a few years ago. If you haven't seen this movie and you want to get a look inside the dynamics of the black race in America, definitely watch this movie. I love A Soldier Story. It's featuring a young Denzel Washington, as you can see in the back in the middle. I'm not sure what this guy's name on the left. And then you have Sarge, which is played by Adolph Caesar. He's dead now. He played the sergeant who had problems with his own race. He had this self-hatred in him, right? And CJ would be considered the Geechee. And even in the movie, Sarge called him a Geechee. So basically, Sarge hated CJ because CJ represented what Sarge was trying to move away from as a black man. See, black Americans, we got a rich history, but we also have a very sad history. And part of the sadness is that this infighting amongst blacks. You got your blacks that are your well-to-do, uppity, bougie type of blacks that don't want anything to do with blacks who are either, what they would deem to be ghetto or country or you know what I'm saying, the Geechee type or whatever. So there's always been like this internal conflict within blacks, especially black Americans, where it's just like, whose side are you really on? Are you a house nigga or are you a slave or a field nigga? Which one are you? So it goes back to all of this. But A Soldier Story is a great example of this dynamic within the black community. And it's really sad. It's sad on both sides. It's sad to see Sergeant being conflicted inside about his own race. And it's sad what happens to CJ as a result of just being who he is. He's just being what comes naturally to him. And this is why I'm not saying that this ghetto is wrong per se, because some people, that's all they know. They were raised a certain way, and that's all they know. That's all they want in life. They really don't want to, move beyond their little world. But for those that do want to move within the outer world and wants to be successful in the outer world, being ghetto will keep you behind. you can't move up in life being ghetto unless you want to be a rapper or whatever. But I don't really consider that moving up in life if you're perpetuating ghetto stereotypes. You know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying. And this has nothing to do with money because Jim Jones is a perfect example. You can have plenty of money and still be ghetto, right? So it has nothing to do with money, although most ghetto people are struggling financially. But you'll have some ghetto people where they got tons of money and they're still ghetto. Um, I'm about to get into I was going to get into this couple tonight, but I'm gonna have to do it for the next live stream. Maybe I'll go live on Tuesday. But anyway, check out a soldier story. I'm not going to get deep into the storyline, but one thing I'll say is when I was young and I watched this movie as a kid, I naturally sided with CJ, the one that was considered to be more of the geeky country bumpkin. You know, he was more slow, he wasn't sophisticated, he was just a country boy. And Sarge hated him for that because he thought that CJ was perpetuating that negative stereotype of the geeky, ghetto, ignorant black person. And I hated Sarge when I was a kid. But then I remember I watched the movie as an adult one time, and for the first time I could kind of sympathize, not even yeah, sympathize and empathize with where Sarge was coming from. Because once you get older and you start seeing how toxic this ghetto culture is and how it rubs off on all of us blacks, then you do start to have a serious problem with it. And now I can kind of understand what Sarge was saying. I don't agree with what he did in the movie and his, actions and a lot of his sentiments, but I can kind of understand where both sides were coming from. And again, it's just sad that even today, 2025, we're still dealing with this infighting within the black race. And I just don't know if there's any hope. I really don't. But anyway, check out that movie if you haven't seen it. Now, also with cancer, if you're too conditioned by your early upbringing, and your early upbringing was ghetto, this is where people can't take you to upscale places due to you being too insular and having a subjective experience because cancer is all about subjectivity. It's all about my personal experience. So we're talking about people that you can't take everywhere. We're talking about people, if we're talking about cruises, the ghetto cancers, they're on the carnival cruises. Y'all seen this carnival stuff in the news lately. So I'm going to touch on that a little bit. And a lot of this has to do with Neptune being in Aries, conflicts at sea, fights on cruises and shit. But yeah, so this whole carnival thing where people are in an uproar, namely black people, because now you got your black people saying, oh, Carnival don't want black people on their cruises no more. But that's that cancer ghetto mentality that's saying that where they're not seeing, no, it's not that they don't want black people, they don't want ghetto people. It's not about race. And it's not just black people I see acting a fool on these carnival ships. I've seen people of all races acting a fool. White, black. Unfortunately, it does seem like the majority of the people acting a fool are black. Which is again that it drives me crazy to know that people see a group of black people acting a fool and then they want to act like all black people act like that. That's how the majority of the world, right, Lich? Lich, me and Lich, we went on a cruise and we saw a fight about to break out. And Lich, being the Libra she is, she was like, I'm out. She was like, come on, let's go. Me being the Sagittarius, I was like, hold on, I want to see this shit. And she was like, come on, girl. So yeah. So yes, we saw the shit go down on a carnival cruise. So, but again, this ain't about race, it's about culture. Because when we talk about ghetto, it's not race. Ghetto is a ghetto culture. And unfortunately, again, because of economic conditions historically, black people have always been kind of behind the eight ball when it came to, financial, you know, financial growth and wealth and all that type of stuff. So naturally, more black people are going to be more of that ghetto experience. But again, it's not about race, it's about behavior, it's about culture. And I just want to let people know, especially the non blacks in this chat right now, and those that are going to listen to this video later, if you don't know already, not all blacks are ghetto. Not all blacks act like the ones that are portrayed on TV all the time or on the news or on these police cam videos. But you'll see nowadays more and more people are starting to act like we all act like this. We're all animals. Like people are starting to become very emboldened with their racist remarks now. I'm noticing on YouTube, and it's starting to become very concerning. There's growing numbers of people, non-blacks, that can't stand us. And it wasn't always like that. I would say shit really started to get bad like post 2010 in terms of race relations. I would also say back in the 90s, that's when race relations were at its best. If you remember, if you were alive back in the 90s, if you remember, that's when people started to become very accepting of everybody. And the music was crossing racial barriers too, because you had a lot of white people getting into hip hop, you had a lot of black people getting into alternative rock. So it was like a big old festival for all the races and stuff. We were all coming together, we were starting to like let go of our differences amongst the races. And then somewhere along the way, Black Lives Matter took over. But even before that, they started to really harp on the whole race thing and the race thing and black people this and black people that. And basically, we went back, we regressed collectively as a race in terms of not focusing so much on race, but now everything's racial. When before, we was just happy that we was able to, have decent jobs. And, yeah, the economy was better too back in the 90s. Like, you could work a regular old job and be living kind of fat, have a nice apartment and all that type of stuff. But yes, Trump definitely emboldens these racists. They are off the chain now. All right, so challenge with being respected and operating in the outside world. So if you're a country bumpkin, if you're a redneck, if you're a geechee ghetto type of person, if you're a Pookie and Ray Ray, if you're poor white trash, if you think you're going to be successful in corporate America or the outside world in general, a lot of times you're not going to get that respect because you have to learn how to assimilate to the outside world. That's where Virgo comes in. So, you got Cancer, Virgo is a simulation, and then simulation, integration, that gets you right for the outside world, which is Capricorn, especially the professional world, the business world, the corporate world. You can't be a country bumpkin, hillbilly, or a Pookie and Ray Ray and think you're going to be successful, and not even in business. Think about the Shea Moisture Company, for instance. Shea Moisture, black owned company. They marketed their products to black women in particular, just black people in general. Then at some point, they said, we want to expand. So we're going to start to market our products to all races. Me personally, I didn't have a problem with that. That's because I'm a Sagittarius and a Capricorn moon rising. I understand business. I'm like, if you're going to have a business, at some point, you're going to want to expand. But there was a number of black people that had a problem with Shea Moisture marketing their products to non-blacks. And there was some blacks that even boycotted Shea Moisture as a result. I think Shea Moisture is still going strong. I haven't bought their products in years though. It ain't because they changed though. But anyway, if you want to be successful in business, it would help that you step away from that Cancer influence where you're just like, oh, I just want to sell my products to just blacks or just Asians or just white people. Like, you can't be that successful if you're just going to be about one race or one culture or one group of people. Why do you think hip hop artists became so successful? It wasn't just off of black people's dollar alone. It was once white people started listening to hip hop, that's when hip hop blew up. So it just shows you that you can't remain insular and expect to be successful on a world scale. It's not going to happen a lot of times. You have to be, all inclusive. That's where you can really get your money if you're more inclusive of other races, other cultures, and whatnot. So again, Cancer opposes Capricorn. So this is one of the reasons because Cancer is very much dealing with one's own culture, one's own clan, tribalism, and all that tribalism and stuff. It won't cut it in the outside world. All right. And let me just talk about, we're going to go a little bit deeper about the black race because, this is something near and dear to my heart, being a black woman. So, and again, because we're Cancer season, we're going to talk about race. And a lot of times when you hear the word race, black people often are the first people you think of because we harp on race so much. And for a good reason, but sometimes I think we get carried away with the race card. Now, some astrologers, Alan Leo being one of them, have ascribed Pisces to the black race, have basically said, Pisces rules the black race. And I've always kind of been on the fence about that anyway, but I understood what they were saying. On one hand, Pisces is slavery. And I think that's why some astrologers would say Pisces rules black people because of the slave theme. If that's where they were getting their line of thought from, that's pretty sad. That's messed up because we are so much more than slaves, right? But Pisces is slavery. Pisces is also, very artistic. And, black people are very artistically talented. So you could say that's, can deal with black people. But I'm leaning more towards Cancer for representing black people, especially black Americans, but actually that would extend to the whole black diaspora. Very Cancer like, but especially since the year 2000. So hear me out on this. And remember, Cancer rules race in and of itself, but it also rules culture, nationality, it rules tribes and clans. So, you've heard of the term black culture. Let's talk about that for a minute. What exactly is black culture? What represents black culture? Because people are getting it confused. I'm seeing a lot of racist comments on some of these videos, like especially like police cam videos, where they're saying it's the culture, it's the culture. So I'm wondering if they mean it's black culture or are they saying it's ghetto culture? I think for the racists, they mean black culture. And I'm here to say that black culture does not equate to ghetto culture. It's not the same. Can we define what black culture is? What consists of black culture? Is it the music? Is it the fashions? Is it the way we walk? Is it the way we talk? Is it the way we do our hair? Is it our type of hair? Is it, the music that we listen to? Maybe I already said that already. But what defines black culture? Do we ever hear white culture? We really don't hear white culture. We might hear white America, but we really don't even hear the term the white community. We hear the black community all the time. We hear black culture, but what exactly is black culture? Can anybody give a great succinct definition on what black culture is? Sam said, officers are the ones saying it's the culture. No, not the officers, people in the comments. Like if it's a black person getting arrested, they'll be like, usual suspects, it's the culture. They'll be like that. Kawhi said the USA natal chart has Cancer on the eighth house cusp. Interesting. But yeah, can anybody define what black culture actually means? Is there such a thing as black culture? So, if we want to get into black culture, I would say some of what consists of, or some of what black culture consists of, where it's easily definable, would be our soul music that has come out of blacks over the years. Also, soul food, also the folk remedies. Most of us who are black had grandmothers and great grandmothers that would tell us how to heal wounds and get rid of cough and colds where you didn't have to go to the doctor. They'd be like, drink some turpentine or, drink some pot liquor. A lot of black people know what pot liquor is. A lot of white people don't. So you could say that's part of the black culture. Pot liquor is the liquid that's left over after you make some collard greens. Now, some Southern whites might know what pot liquor is too, because Southern whites have had a more intimate relationship with blacks. But yeah, there's certain things that black people do that you could consider cultural, but don't equate that with ghetto because not all black people are ghetto. So again, folk remedies, old wives' tales, like the whole thing. I dreamt of fish last night. That means somebody's pregnant. I've never heard a white person say that. I've only heard black people say that, dreaming of fish. Sam says, some what liquor? See what I mean? Pot liquor. That basically means that's the juice left over from collard greens. And it's supposed to help cure like common colds. And if you got the flu, if there's some collard green juice left over, your grandma would have you drink it. I've heard of some grandmothers, black grandmothers, and African grandmothers and stuff telling their grandchildren to drink castor oil or making them drink castor oil every night to keep them well. Jupiter said ginger ale is an honorary drink in the black community, right? Exactly. So this is what we could consider black culture. But black culture is not wearing bonnets. It's not wearing your jeans sagging beneath your ass. It's not throwing trash on the street because you're too lazy to put it in a trash can. It's not having four baby daddies and 10 baby mamas. That's not black culture. That's ghetto culture. And again, I'm here to say for those non blacks that don't get it, black culture is not the same as ghetto culture. Put some tussin on. Kawhi said, I'm not a big fan of collard greens. Sarah said, my grandma made me this drink, this ginger lemon honey concoction for a cold that was disgusting. Also, keep in mind when I'm talking about cancer and the black race, also know that this also extends to other races that keep things within their race, where it's just cultural for them or this is part of their tradition. So we know that, certain Asian cultures, they keep certain things within. So anytime you're keeping this family tradition or cultural tradition, you're upholding cancer values, cancerian values, basically. The comfort factor. So again, I'm basically giving you my rationale on why I'm saying cancer is more so dealing with the black race than Pisces. So we know cancer is comfort. So the comfort factor, that instant recognition that we have as black people when we see, hey Gary, when we see each other, like this is one thing that some races make. Well, I'm sure other non-blacks see this, like non-whites. So like Asians and Hispanics, I'm sure they experience this sense of recognition too. Like if they're in a predominantly white area and if it's a Mexican, they see a fellow Mexican, you might nod. That's what we do as black people. If you're in a predominantly white area and there's just you and another black person, typically if you see each other, you're either going to nod and be like hello or you're going to maybe strike up a conversation. And again, that's that instant recognition that comes with cancer. So that's another reason why I'm saying, yeah, the black race is more like Cancer than Pisces. And also that sense of familiarity that you get just when you're around other black people. But again, now there's starting to be more of a divide though between your ghetto blacks and your sensible blacks. And now more and more sensible blacks are starting to speak out about these ghetto blacks and how they don't want nothing to do with these ghetto blacks. And I'm part of those sensible blacks that's really starting to have this growing disdain for these ghetto blacks because they're ruining it for all of us. And also the relatability that comes with just knowing people of being a black person and knowing people of your black race where you could throw out a movie like Do the Right Thing or Soul Food or New Jack City. Like these are black movies that most black people will be familiar with. So if you throw out a quote from one of these movies, usually they're going to know what you're talking about. Like $40, like on Instagram, $40, a lot of people know what that means in the black community. That's from the movie Baby Boy. So, yeah, that relatability, that being relatable, also being real. One of the reasons why black people are funny as hell in general, and black comedians are some of the funniest comedians, is because that realness that they bring. A lot of times the black comedian, yeah, boys in the hood, a lot of times the black comedians are saying things that other people are too uncomfortable to say. So that realness that comes with cancer is very much part of that black experience as well. And then just being personable. Think about the tropes in Hollywood whenever they needed some person that's going to basically protect someone else or give them that wise guidance. A lot of times they choose a black figure to do that. Why? Because of that personable nature that black people, a lot of black people have. Oh, baby, it's going to be okay. Oh, all you need is some good food in you and everything's going to be all right. Don't worry about it, baby. That type of stuff. Think about it. Black women in particular, they are the epitome of that cancer energy in terms of the mothering. Even black women that don't have children of their own, a lot of them are still coming with that very mothering, motherly type of spirit. And that can, basically comfort you and tell you everything's going to be all right. Don't worry about it, baby. You're all right. And that's why, they had these movies like Gone with the Wind with Hattie McDaniels. She was the first black woman to win an Oscar. And we might look down on the role that she played nowadays because she basically played that mammy role. But again, that role in American culture was major that these black women played in the houses of white people where they were essentially raising these white children because it was like the white people, they knew that these black women were just coming with this divine motherly energy that really couldn't be replicated or duplicated. So even though some of them were racist, a lot of them were racist, they still looked to black women to raise their children, to breastfeed their children. Like that part used to always kind of mess me up inside. Like, y'all racist, but y'all wanted us to breastfeed your babies? Like, make it make sense. But again, it's that divine motherly essence that black women tend to exude. And again, that's very cancer. Now, the family collective. Nowadays, there's this thing with black people where it's like everybody's family almost. You said Eddie Murphy is one of the favorite comedians. And think about Charlie Murphy, his brother, who was a cancer, and he was a great storyteller, and he kept it real. But yeah, so one of the problems with the black culture, black community, black people is that some of us expect us all to be on the same page. And some of us want us to be a monolith, which we're not. But nowadays, more and more people are saying all skin folk ain't kinfolk. And kinfolk, that would be cancer energy. But even skin folk is dealing with cancer energy. But it's basically saying not all people of the same race are going to be your family or going to be like family to you. These people can be just as much as your enemy as someone else of a different race. And it's true. Not all skin folk is kinfolk. So, yes, we have to keep that in mind because just because someone is black does not mean that they should be excused for their transgression. But as you see, there was people outside of the courthouse after Diddy's verdict came out pouring baby oil all over themselves, talking about you can't keep a black man down and all this type of stuff. And you're just basically caping for him because he's black. If P. Diddy was white, You would be calling for his head on a platter and you know it. That's the problem I can't stand. That's the thing I can't stand about some black people. You act like because they're black, they should be blameless. And that's crazy. Thank you, RDK, for your super chat. You said it's unfortunate that the Black American culture was sullied down by complete negative stereotypes. Yes, it really was. I mean, we're the creators of jazz, rock and roll, hip hop, R&B. Think about everything we brought to this world. And and you know there's these evils that be that don't want us to shine, basically. That's what it's ultimately about. Now, you said there is a divide between Black Americans and tether immigrants. Yup. Y'all seen what happened? I'm glad you mentioned this because did y'all hear about what happened with the recent Essence Festival? So, for those that don't know, and this is what I mean about this infighting, all skinfolk and kinfolk. So let me just finish what you said. And tether immigrants, Gen Z and millennials are delineating. Now, recently, or maybe a few years ago, Essence Magazine, which was a magazine that was for us, by us, meaning it was for black people, by black people, it was primarily for black women in particular. It was purchased by an African businessman. And Essence Magazine would hold the Essence Festival every year. Well, people that attended this last festival said that they're no longer going to attend because it went from having dirty rice to jollof rice. And they was like, what the hell? We don't know nothing about no jollof rice. Jollof rice is rice from, is a type of rice, tomato based, that's from West Africa. So they actually had a jollof rice versus dirty rice cook off, or it was jambalaya rice, which is, that's Louisiana cuisine. But yeah, they were saying that the festival was poorly planned, it was unorganized. Even singer Stephanie Mills came out and wrote a letter to the management of the Essence Festival saying that it was trifling, it was ridiculous, ghetto. But yeah, all right. So, a little bit more about this race thing. Terms of endearment. That's very much part of the black culture. But that's also part of the southern culture too, if you notice. Southerners and also a lot of blacks, they love to use terms of endearment. Baby, sugar, sweetie, honey. What's another one? Mama, mommy. And the Hispanic community, they love to use mommy. But yeah, the terms of endearment, that's cancer. So that's very common amongst blacks to use terms of endearment towards each other. Now, on the negative end, when it comes to cancer and the black race, racial identity is such a big deal for blacks nowadays that many have become racist. And there's actually black people that teach and believe that if you're black, you can't be racist. And that's so far from the truth. Anybody can be racist. So, racial identity is such a big deal for blacks that many have become racist. And even racist within their own black culture. Like now, you got some blacks that don't want to accept biracial blacks. They be like, "Oh, you're biracial. You're not going to be invited to the cookout." Like I don't even like that term when they be like, "You're not invited to the cookout." But I never thought I would see the day where now there's this divisiveness between blacks and biracial blacks, or you could say biracial individuals who are mixed with black and white. And then there's also this divide between Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, FBA, RDK approved, already said it, foundational Black Americans, and also immigrants, those that come from Africa and the Caribbean and other places around the world. So the evils that be, they're doing a great job of keeping us divided. And it just shows us our strength as a people. We are so strong and powerful collectively that they will always do everything within their power to keep us divided. And the sooner we understand that and stop fighting with each other, the quicker we can basically move up collectively in this world and be a force to be reckoned with. But unfortunately, I don't think that'll ever happen. And again, we're not a monolithic race. So we're very different in some ways. So I don't think we could ever be unified. I don't even think it's meant for us to be unified. What I think we should be unified, not even per race, but just in terms of humanity and our belief system. Now, also think about the crabs in a barrel syndrome. That's cancer. You know, crabs, and I was explaining this to somebody, I think one of my students, because she was having a little trouble grasping this concept with cancer. Because I was telling her that cancer isn't really about competition. I was like, cancer is the crab in the barrel. If you notice, with the crabs in the barrel, it's not like the crabs are trying to climb on top of each other to be the first one out. What happens is, if they see one crab crawling up to ease its way up out of that barrel, another crab's going to come and pull it back down. So it's not even like it's a race to get out of the barrel. It's a struggle to keep them inside the barrel. And again, crab cancer. So blacks collectively suffer, especially ghetto, black people who are ghetto, they suffer from that crabs in the barrel syndrome, which is very much dark-sided cancer. Dr. Ken said no group of people is unified. Look how Latinos voted to get rid of immigrants. Yeah. Because sometimes it makes people feel better about themselves to punch down on other people. And that's what that whole Trump thing was about. People were happy to punch down on people that they didn't like, or people they thought was less than, or people that they thought was threatening their sense of security. Now, this is other shit that's very cancer related that you'll hear black people say. Like, oh, we gonna take your black card. Black card meaning, basically you representing your race, signs that show you are a black person and you keep it real. So I don't like that when they be like, oh, we're going to take your black card. Revocation of black cards. Also, black people playing the race card to the hilt. If you watch these police cam videos, a lot of these black people that get locked up, that get arrested, they're clearly in the wrong. And one of the first things that they yell out is, you're racist. This is racist. You just doing this because I'm black. Mind you, the person was caught red-handed stealing $500 worth of groceries, but they're telling the cops that they are racist. Yeah, make it make sense. Also, I can't stand when black people talk about staying on code. That's very cancer as well. Because again, if the black race was really pertaining to Pisces, we wouldn't be dealing with all this shit. Because Pisces is an all inclusive sign. And Pisces don't be worried about this petty shit like this. That's how you know black people are not really much in line with that Pisces energy. Maybe they were back in the day. But nowadays, no, it's more so Cancer. So again, they be telling you to stay on code. Staying on code means, oh, you need to support this black person even though they're robbing you blind. Just because they're black, you're supposed to look the other way when they beat you over top of your head. Also, gatekeeping. And with the gatekeeping comes the cries of cultural appropriation. I can't stand this shit. You really see it when it comes to hair, especially. If there's a white girl that got braids in her hair, oh, it's cultural appropriation. Oh, she's trying to steal from our style. Do y'all know that braids have been around forever? Black people are not the inventor of braids. Please. Ever since hair existed, hair has been braided. It is not a black culture thing to have braids. Yeah, certain type of braids, yeah. The individuals, the goddess braid, all those different braid styles. Yeah, that is more of our black culture. But we don't own that shit. Like, we shouldn't be gatekeeping that shit because we take from other cultures and other races all the time. Why should it be any different for us? I like it when other races adopt some of our style and stuff like that. Because to me, that means that that shit is good. That shit is dope. That's why they want to do it. And don't even get me started on, yeah, I'll admit the cornrows came from us. But if we're talking about, there's this thing called the French braid. I would think that came from France. Hello. But braiding has been around forever. All cultures and races have braided their hair throughout the times. But yeah, certain styles, certain ways of braiding, that does come from us, black people. But let's be real, why should we be crying cultural appropriation when there's so much that we've taken from other races? And again, why are we getting hung up on this petty stuff? We need to just be about what's really going on and how these people are playing us like pawns in the game of chess and how we're all losing, regardless of our race, regardless of our culture. We're all at a disadvantage in this world with these evils that be controlling everything. So at the end of the day, the evils that be, they don't even like the average white person. Trump, he don't even like the average white person. Let's be real. He's just using them because he's an elitist. So yeah, we got to stop with the whole cries of cultural appropriation. And again, don't even get me started on the N word. But I'll tell you how I really feel about that N word. If you gonna say the N word all the time in rap music, you can't be mad when other races, when non-blacks are saying the N word too. What are they, when they're rapping along to a song, what are they supposed to say? Beep, beep, beep every time the word nigga comes up? Now, I'm not saying just go outside and be throwing the word nigga around everywhere if you're non-black, because that might get your ass whooped. But at the same time, I'm like, black people, why are we getting upset over this stuff? Like, for real, if you don't want people to say the N word, stop putting it in your music. Stop putting it in your music. Stop putting it in all forms of entertainment. Just stop it. Because if you stop it, they'll stop it. Don't you know that blacks are big trendsetters in the world? We are some of the biggest trendsetters. If we stop, they'll stop. And then this one right here. This what would you call this? Not dichotomy, contradiction. This contradiction. I don't like this shit. They always want to talk about don't tear the black man down. The black man, he has so much up against him. Poor black man, he has it so hard. But you can tear the black woman down all day. How about that? Black women get the we get the brunt of the abuse from all sides. But don't talk shit. Don't talk bad about a black man. Don't tear the black man down. But you got black men that are tearing black women down all day, every day. How about that? Our men, as black women, our men are our own worst enemies. We have to fear black men more than we fear white men and any other race of men. You know what? All the men that have done me dirty and hit me upside of my head, they were black. They weren't white. So when you want to talk about this racism and stuff like that, I really haven't experienced it like that. I mean, I've experienced a lot of hate from my own men. So come on, let's be real. Why are y'all so quick to tear down the black woman, but y'all want to protect the black man? George Floyd and all that. You know, George Floyd held a pregnant black woman at knife point. This is before he died, of course. And what does he get? He gets murals in predominantly black cities across the country. Like, we're talking about this was a low down, dirty dog. And he becomes the poster boy for, police brutality in terms of, oh, let's change Black Lives Matter and shit. Even though he was abusing black women. But again, obviously black women don't matter. We're always getting blamed for black men's misery when they're the ones creating most of the misery within the black community. Make it make sense. But again, what did I say? It all goes back to Eve. Eve, the original woman, per the Bible, she was blamed for the sins of the world, for the damnation of the world. And it extends to us as black women. We get blamed for the way the black community is. Whenever you see some black men doing bad, what do they be like? All these black single mothers raising these boys. They don't ever talk about the absent fathers that were supposed to be, a role model for their sons. How about that? If Sexy Red had a father that really, was caring about her and stuff, I doubt she would be the person she is today. Hello. Because a lot of the way these ratchet black women act is for the pleasure of black men. And again, if we want it to stop with the black men have to lead, right? The black men, you're supposed to be the leaders of your community. It's black men. Y'all are the only race that will not lead. But you'll say, oh, it's because of the white man, or you'll blame the black woman and say, we won't let you lead. And that's not even true. And I'm not having this live stream to get down on black men, but it is cancer season, cancer rules race, and I'm a black woman and I gotta sometimes speak my mind. I gotta get some things off my chest. And I love my black men, I love my black brothers, but I mean, come on now. We gotta do better all the way around. And if you want black women to change, you black men, y'all need to change first because black women basically they're doing a lot of this shit to please y'all, including getting BBLs. Black men started that shit. Black men started that trend where I'm not blaming y'all for women because women have a free mind of their own, but y'all set the trend. Y'all basically put it in black women's minds that you ain't nothing unless you got a badunkadunk. Tell me I'm lying. And now y'all want to sit there and laugh and clown these women that got BBLs when y'all told these same women that they wasn't shit because they didn't have a fat ass. Make it make sense. You don't want us with natural hair, but you don't want us with weaves in our hair either. Make it make sense. If we perm our hair, we put a relaxer in our hair, we're trying to be white. But if we keep our hair kinky, then we look too masculine or we can't compete with the non-black women. Make it make sense. Black women can't fucking win in this world. And again, our men are our own worst enemy. So again, we're also dealing with internal racism, colorism. When we're dealing with colorism, that's more on the Aquarius end, but it is within the black community and Cancer does clash with Aquarius. But yeah, so we have to think about that too, the internal racism that exists within the black community, the colorism that exists. I mean, it's really ridiculous when you think about it. 2025, this shit is still perpetuated. And then finally, the pimp culture. That pimp culture was so destructive in the black community. And I'll be the first to say that I'm a fan of some of those black exploitation films that came out in the 70s, but they were very toxic. They were very damaging to the psyche of a lot of young black people seeing those movies, thinking that this is the way you're supposed to behave. When you look at some of those films now, especially like Dolomite and some of these other ones, you'll see it's a bunch of buffoonery. And basically, these black exploitation films, they came right on the heels of the civil rights movement. You think that shit was a coincidence? That shit was by design. Once black people started saying black power and say it loud, I'm black, I'm proud, now we have black exploitation films where pimps are being glorified. It was the black exploitation. And also, it was books like Iceberg Slim. It was Donald Goines books that basically, well, Donald Goines books, he really didn't glamorize pimping, but he still put books out there that kind of taught dudes the pimp game and the pimp culture. And you know, I always say Cancer is the pimp of the zodiac. No other race celebrates pimps like blacks. Again, make it make sense. And again, it goes back to women being subjugated. So a pimp is glorified in the ghetto. And what is a pimp? He's an exploiter of women. He's nothing without his women. But yeah, that's another thing to consider about Cancer and the black race, that pimp culture. And then lastly, the gang culture. I always say Cancer rules gangs because gangs are like a family. But then when it comes to just being a gangster or gangsterdom, that's Scorpio. But gangs themselves, very much Cancer energy. So do y'all see what I'm getting at when I'm saying The black race is more so represented by Cancer than Pisces. When you put all of these elements into the mix, you'll see that, yeah, we're very much like Cancer energy. Christina said wearing furs and shit. Sarah said a dusty who relies on women using their bodies to pay him. Yup. Sam said, "Ooh, I thought Capricorns were the pimps." Mm-mm. It's the Cancers. Because again, think about Cancer ruling women and a Cancer man. He's nothing without a woman. Even the ones who aren't pimps, a lot of them, if they were truly real, they would admit that they feel like they're nothing without a woman by their side. That's Cancer. A Capricorn man, he could stand alone. A Cancer man, he needs a woman. He needs a bottom bitch at least. That's pimping. And real quick, we're going to talk about Jupiter in Cancer now that Jupiter is in Cancer. So, Jupiter in Cancer is going to augment or magnify the themes of Cancer. So, race relations are likely to be magnified while Jupiter is in Cancer, bringing race relations more out in the open. We're already seeing it with the reports about the carnival cruises and black people feeling like carnivals now being racist and all that type of stuff. We're seeing it with the situation with the Essence Festival, with the Africans taking over and the black Americans not having it. And racists become more emboldened. The racists are now being given free reign because Trump is in office. We might even see a little race war in this country if shit keeps going left. Well, you might as well say right if we're talking politically. But yeah, so racists are now becoming emboldened now that Trump is back in office. I'm starting to like see it's getting bad on YouTube where again, just go on some of the, especially like go on Midwest Safety, which is a police cam video. Look up any video where it's a black person being arrested. You're gonna see a bunch of racist comments. Immigration. Oh my God. And now it's weird too because YouTube is now recommending like some racist channels to me. Like there was this one channel that was recommended to me, and this dude, he was a white guy, totally racist. Like oh my God. I was just like, I think I could only get through like 6 minutes of the video. I had to turn it off. I was like, I cannot. But yeah, it was bad. And you could tell his racism was coming from an inferiority position. But anyway, so immigration, that's a major theme with Jupiter and Cancer. So we already know, ICE is out in full force. They're trying to pick up everybody. And I had a couple of clients telling me that they were a bit concerned about ICE doing these raids, picking up people. And I'm thinking, nah, I'm like, nah, you worrying for no reason. But now I'm like, maybe y'all do have something to worry about. Anybody that looks like they could be from Haiti or Mexico or Venezuela, you better be careful. You better always carry your birth certificate on you, your real ID or whatever, because yeah, ICE is coming for everybody, it seems. Anybody that's not waving that American flag and don't have a birth certificate to back it up. So mass migrations, we're already seeing this take place with all of these deportations by ICE, but it could be happening other places in the world as well. And patriotism is going to be even stronger. Nationalism, tribalism. Just think about patriotism in terms of like Canada, for instance. Now, this started happening before Jupiter entered Cancer, but it could become even strengthened depending on what Trump does from here on out dealing with Canada. But Canadians, a lot of them was like, we are not going to be vacationing in America as long as Trump is in office. So they're becoming much more patriotic of their own country. Nationalism, tribalism. A lot of European countries, they're getting tired of these immigrants invading their Cancerian spaces. Geopolitics. So that's very much Jupiter in Cancer as well. And I'm predicting that with Jupiter in Cancer, the real estate bubble will continue to grow, but then it's going to burst probably at the tail end of Jupiter in Cancer or right when Jupiter enters Leo, because Leo is investments, right? So it might go like this. With Jupiter leaving Cancer, that might be when the housing bubble bursts and the prices of houses start to go down. Because what's going to happen is when Jupiter is in Leo, that's like a bunch of investors are going to swoop in and buy up a bunch of properties. And that's not going to be good for the average person if they can't get in quick enough and get a house if they're trying to get a house before these investors get it. But yeah, so housing prices might still continue to go up for the next maybe 10 months or 9 months, but then we might see them start going down significantly. We might be looking at real estate bubble burst towards the end of Jupiter and Cancer. And that might, okay, a little bit more. So another thing with Jupiter and Cancer, restaurants, because remember I said Cancer is ruling the restaurant industry. So restaurants, this is where they need to undergo improvements. Jupiter rules improvement or face major losses. Because you know what? People are getting fed up. People, oh, Sarah said, yes, the algorithm recommends right wing content. So it's not just me. Wow. So a lot of people are getting sick of these restaurants. Number one, they're charging too much for mediocre or even subpar food. So these restaurants with Jupiter and Cancer, y'all better fall in line. Y'all better start improving the quality of your food, and you need to lower your prices or y'all gonna face some major losses. We're talking about bankruptcy because again, more and more people are starting to cook at home and not eat out as much because it's too expensive and the quality has gone downhill tremendously. So these restaurants better they better start making some improvements. Like case in point, we all know that Red Lobster, the CEO. Oh, and speaking of race, how about that? Speaking of race, there was black people pulling that race card with Red Lobster. Now that Red Lobster is being run by a black man because there's a black CEO, now people are saying black people some black people are saying you can't criticize Red Lobster because we got a black CEO of Red Lobster. So anytime you criticize Red Lobster, now you're trying to tear the black man down. They've even extended to Red Lobster, y'all. The shit is getting out of hand. So Red Lobster is a perfect example of one of those restaurants that are undergoing improvements because they know they're on the verge of going bankrupt and totally going under if they don't straighten up their act. Now, another thing with Jupiter and Cancer, I'm seeing this as the year of the free woman, with Cancer ruling women, Jupiter ruling freedom. And again, it goes back to what I said about Cancer, motherhood. There's a lot of women that are saying no to motherhood, but there's also a lot of women who are about decentering men, who are no longer going to put these men on a pedestal, who are no longer going to treat these men like the prize, who are very much about, hey, I come first, even if I got to be single, even if I got to be a cat lady, that's what I'm going to do because I'm all about being free, being empowered as a woman. So this is very much about like women being uplifted, women rising up. And then major floods are always possible when Jupiter is in Cancer. So it makes me think of the recent flood that took place in Texas where a number of people lost their lives. I think it was like 60 to 100 people lost their lives. So yes, major floods are going to be happening in numerous places with Jupiter being in Cancer. That's something to keep in mind. If you live in an area where there's a high chance of flooding, I would say start preparing now, start buying things, sandbags or whatever that you can use to protect your home from being flooded. And have an action plan in place just in case, and a bug out bag just in case you get evacuated. Never forget Hurricane Katrina because they can always do another one. So keep in mind, Christina, that all three of the water signs deal with water, like bodies of water. Cancer represents large bodies of water, but so does Pisces. So Cancer is representing floods, also like rivers, lakes, represents oceans, but especially like oceans where it comes up on the shore, the beach. Pisces is the ocean period, deep seas, like large rivers. But yeah, so Jupiter Cancer, because it's a water sign, yes, we can bring it could bring forth floods. Now, if we are talking about Scorpio, Scorpio is a water sign, but it's more so dealing with stagnant water, swamps, ponds, bogs, and things like that. So if Jupiter was in Cancer, I wouldn't say there could be floods. I would say there might be some mudslides and sinkholes. But yeah, so I was going to get into this other topic tonight, but because it's so late and I like to run my mouth too much, I'm going to have to postpone that to another live stream. But stay tuned because I'm probably going to go live in a couple of days, maybe on Tuesday even, now that I'm getting caught up on my work. So I'm so happy about that. I'm so glad to be back on YouTube. And stay tuned for some sponsored videos that I have coming up for y'all. My plate is full, but it can always take on more because that's all I do. I don't have a man. My kids are grown. I'm free. So I'm all at your disposal. So use me. If you would like a reading, you could go to my website. The link is in the description section. You can also consider becoming a patron. Um, I'll be putting out some videos for my patrons very soon, exclusive content. So stay tuned for that. I just want to thank everybody for joining me and sticking with me tonight, even though it's very late or very early in the morning. And yeah, so that's that. Happy Cancer season. Shout out to everyone. Good night. I love y'all. Peace, many blessings, and